To endure, to outlast, to be the last man standing. Sometimes racing is less a test of speed than it is to see who can go the distance. Here at Charlotte tonight, that will be the case. It's a long and grueling race that will require great fortitude from our competitors. It's time once again for the Majors World 600, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and joining me in the booth tonight is Adam Lindgren and DJ Clark. Behind the scenes is our director, Ryan Bauer, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Charlotte Motor Speedway is home to many a NASCAR team, so while it's familiar to them, in case you need to be introduced, let's head to our track guide.
Welcome everybody to the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Even though it was built more than 4 decades ago, drivers still love to race at this 1.5-mile quad-shaped oval. Located just a short 13-mile drive from downtown, Charlotte also shares a similar track shape to what you would see at the Texas Motor Speedway and the Atlanta Motor Speedway as well. Despite turns 1 and 2 having the same banking as turns 3 and 4, the two ends of the speedway could not drive any different. Turn 1 and 2 are much more of a sweeping corner, really carrying the speed down into the corner and trying to get that whole shot out of turn 2 down the backstretch. Turns 3 and 4 drive much tighter than 1 and 2, really having to get the car to rotate in the middle of 3 and 4 to make your entry and your exit point. Getting a lap in around here in one piece usually requires some calm nerves and a patient foot. Charlotte was one of the first speedways to install lights around the facility, giving night racing a whole new berth. Charlotte is also known for its place in the perfect day of racing every Memorial Day, acting as the caboose after the Monaco Grand Prix and the Indianapolis 500. If Daytona is the pinnacle of NASCAR racing, then Charlotte has to be just a bumper behind. Fans flock to the largest sports facility in the Southeast and NASCAR's home track. This has been our guide to the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Sit back and enjoy the show.
Well, DJ, while in seasons past, this has been a staple here in the majors. This is the first time they're running the World 600 with the 87 Cup cars, so this will be interesting.
Yes, indeed, it will, Joe. And despite the fact that we are running on the legacy version of this Charlotte Motor Speedway circuit, the 1.5-mile, 24-degree banked corners still runs pretty much as it does when you're running the modern layout. What these cars are going to find in store for them, though, is definitely some slipping and sliding coming through the quad oval here. And watch out for some good, maybe even a little bit of bump drafting going down to the back straightaway as they run. Watch for 2, maybe a little bit of an aggressive 3 wide going through the corners, but I think the main way around here is going to be trying to get down to the low side. That will be the best way around. Now, with these 87 Cup cars, it's going to make everything all the more difficult, though, is because the reduced downforce across the board with the cars is going to make them a lot more slippery, and drivers are going to have to be really wheeling these cars around here.
Well, if you need help wheeling your car around the track, we want you to make sure and check out the Majors Garage, home of free Baseline Plus setups. Get help from any of the garage coaches 24/7. Sign up now for awesome, affordable monthly subscriptions, telemetry, coaching, and more by simply clicking on our link in the description below. Also, if you use our special discount code MajorsGSRC, you'll get 10% off. And don't forget about our charity for this race, as it is usually each season. They are not sponsored, excuse me. The charity for this round is Sarge's Place. We found that service to our country can cause wounds and suffering that last well beyond the length of duty. The mission at Sarge's Place is to heal the wounds, restore dignity, hope, and self-sufficiency to all homeless veterans in need, and to significantly reduce homelessness and poverty among local veterans. To find out more, check out our link in the description below. Big thanks to the Majors for once again doing all kinds of great charity work throughout the season. But let's head over to the championships, of course, and starting with the pro drivers, Christian Challener is once again leading things. But look at the top of that mega racing team. It is living up to its name. Ottinger, Abramitis, and Foster have all been extremely quick, and they're real threats to Christian being able to take another championship here on the Americas side. Andrew Waring for Evolve Sim Sports is the first to break things up, but then he's got Eric Smith trailing not too far behind him, and it's very tight between the other two Evolve Sim Sport guys that we've got in here, Kevin Hill and Ozzie Milwane, along with Nathan Dowd, only 6 more points back from Ozzie in that 9th position. Little jump back, you've got Justin Morton. No surprise with his versatility that he's within the top 10 this season. DJ, we've also got the Sportsman points, and how are those?
Well, up there in those, it is Murphy Nichols leading the way, but he is currently tied with Doug Buchanan right there for that first place. That's right, both drivers having 994 points as they run. David Gargaro Jr. very close behind there, only 11 points back with Nathan Medina, only 15 points back from them. Little bit of a gap as we run down there. Spencer Todd about 35 points back with Chris Tito, about another 30 or so points back of Todd. Maurice Gamillion there is going to be sitting back 86 points back, and then we get into Cody Richardson and Robert Deloach, who are only separated by 2 points. Nick Horvath, though, for Evolve Sim Sports Academy, rounds out the top 10.
Then we get into our America's Legends series. These drivers are fairly tight on everywhere but the top. Kevin Hill, with 103 points over Brian Barnes, is pretty secure in that position. He can still lose it, but it's going to take him multiple rounds to lose that position. Ray Partridge, though, only 63 points back of Brian Barnes, and in the pro, considering the racing in the pro series, that can be lost in about a week's time. Wayne Hutchison, not too far behind either, only 7 points separating them, with Brian McGreevy only 17 points back as well of Wayne Hutchison. So the bottom 3 of the top 5 very tight together. Then the gaps really spread out. William Fletcher, Jimbo Pfeiffer, Brian Bennett, David Henger pretty close to Bennett, and Adam Pluckett even closer to Henger, but the gaps quite a bit larger down at the bottom of the field.
And of course, we have the Legends Sports, and that one is looking quite close between Gamillion and Deloach. They've been trading the lead in the Legends Sports standings for much of the season and are still having trouble getting away from one another. Robert Gamble is going to need quite an improvement in his pace to try and catch them, as he's fallen well behind. Scrivener and Covey, though, look at that, only 9 points between them, and that doesn't even take into account that Gilberg and Ludwig are right behind there as well in 6th and 7th. A little bit of a jump to Paulison. You've got McClure and Shank sharing the 9th position at tied out there today. And of course, we've got the pro teams up next.
We do indeed, Joe, and to the surprise of absolutely nobody, it is Mega Racing Team leading the way, and not leading it by a little bit, but leading it by a lot. Over 688 points there over Evolve Sim Sports. Evolve currently holding on to second place over Forge PC Racer Pro 1 to the tune of about 200 points. Dog Bear Red doing a good job to cement themselves into 4th, and now we start to get a little bit closer as there certainly is a battle starting to shape itself up there for 5th with Kinetic Racing Americas and UDOX Lola. Dog Bear Blue as they run a little bit into an island unto themselves, as is Black Magic Motorsports with Forge PC Pro 2 sitting back in 9th, and Tabula Rasa Esports back in 10th.
And then we get down to the sport teams for the Americas region, and this one is very close, actually. Only about 1 race win separating Forge PC Racer Sport 1 from Mad Sim Racing in the sportsman category. And then we got Evolve Sim Sports Academy down there, only 100 points back, so very tight for those top 3 positions. Then it's a bigger gap for Vengeance Motorsports and Sector 5 Racing, as well as High Class Racing, fairly tight to Sector 5, so looking to jump into that top 5 position there. We got UDOX Frank and Howler Racing, as well as Dog Bear White right in that hunt as well, so look for those positions to swap over. And Forge PC Racer Sport 2 rounding out your top 10. Just as a reminder, the sportsman race is being aired on LSR TV on just across the way from us, so go ahead and hop in and check that out as well while they're running.
Absolutely, both getting broadcast simultaneously here. Now, to focus on the race itself and not the points for just a brief moment. 400 laps that they're going to have to do around here. That's how you make 600 miles at Charlotte. As we mentioned, it's the 87 Cup cars. So this is a bit of an old school night for us. It's open setup in this series, and that could definitely make a difference, especially as the sun will be going down here today. So we'll see a good difference between the temperatures at the start and at the end. They have a 40 incident limit because of the length of this race. Often you'll see 26x be the limit here in this major series, but they've upped it just to make sure that everybody's able to get to the end. They have a spare car in case they run into damage, but I don't think you want to use that too early around this place. Hold on to it tight if you can and try and save it for the end just to be safe. They're in the midst of the warm-up, just about 5 minutes left to go before we head off to the grid. They've already had the qualifying, so that has been predetermined, and there's nothing left to do but try and prep the car for what they have to do this evening, DJ. And what they have to do this evening is definitely going to be get out their endurance shoes and try and run all the way to the end of this hugely long race.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. This is very much a marathon for these drivers. Watch for, especially early on, a lot of restrained aggression as they go. I don't think we're going to see a lot of crazy moves getting sent early on in the race. I anticipate everybody just trying to sort of pack up a little bit, get themselves to about the 200 or 300 mile mark, and then maybe try to move their way through the field a little bit more.
And something to remember as we take a look at Justin Morton's camera is not only is it old school bodies on the cars, but it's old school tires as well, Adam. And I'm kind of wondering what that's going to mean for the pit strategy. Is this going to be a case where tires are king, or will track position actually count for something?
Track position definitely counts for something. It's very hard to pass around here, but at the same time, tires are king when it counts to your pit strategy. It's not about how long you can go on fuel, it's how long you can go on your tires. The fuel can last you around 90 laps. The tires, if you're nursing them, can last you 60 to 70. So you got to be really gentle, especially because if you decide to go all out and go hard, you're only going to last about 20 laps out there. These old tires burn up quick if you're pushing hard. So I expect the start to be fairly calm, actually, as the drivers that want to try and win this race are going to be taking it easy from the green flag.
Yeah, I kind of anticipate the same thing, which makes me wonder what the Mega Racing team is going to look like at the start. If they're just going to back off a little bit and let others do the heavy lifting up at the front while they kind of just cruise around and let the race come to them. We watched Daniel Johnson, our other onboard camera, here this evening, flying around this place, and with 2.5 minutes left to go. Hope they've got everything in order. As we mentioned, this is the first time that not the first time they've run the 87 Cup cars. I should clarify on that, they ran the Daytona 500 in 2021 with these machines, but they have now elected to use them here in 2022 for the World 600, the longest race on the NASCAR schedule in the real world. And there's the temperatures I was talking about, DJ. Starting out a little bit warm since the sun is still relatively up in the sky, but this race is going to start at 6 p.m. virtual standard time. So considering we're expecting about 4 hours, it's definitely going into the dark.
Yeah, it is certainly going to get darker as things go along, and let's remember here that as that sun begins to set a little bit, those track temperatures are going to get cooler and cooler, and I think if we get some restarts past about the halfway point here when the sun has gone down, that's really going to change things up. You're going to see drivers try to get some heat into those tires and keep heat into those tires. It could be a little bit tricky to run them as they go.
And as we watch from over the shoulder of Eric Smith, no, do not adjust your television sets. We also try to get into the spirit of vintage here. So the screen is a little bit blown out. That is intentional. Don't worry. We know what we're doing here. Just try to make it feel as much like the old late 80s broadcast as we can. The onboard cam's not quite as good back then as we get today. Here, we're a little spoiled, but I definitely remember what they used to look like, and this is pretty darn close as Smith takes it down into turn 3. Now, there's 3 different makes of cars that you're going to see out here, but they are all equal. There's no advantage to be found in that sense, so don't fret worrying that somebody's going to have a leg up. But the Ford Thunderbird, the Buick LeSabre, and the Chevy Monte Carlo are the 3 makes that you'll see out on track. And huge kudos to iRacing to bringing them onto the sim and giving us some really fun toys to play with.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt very key in getting the first of these cars into the stable, and then iRacing working together with NASCAR and I believe the NASCAR Hall of Fame to get the rest of the cars scanned and into the sim for us. So such a great showing of legacy vehicles here tonight.
Yeah, the Monte Carlo, I think, was one of the ones that came from the Hall of Fame. And that, well, apparently that one actually even had, I think, setup notes or something to that effect still in the car somewhere that they had found when they were going through and scanning it. So I'll have to dig up and see what the exact story is. But I remember a little bit of chatter about how that was. But let's head to our grid for today. And on the top, Christian Challoner is ahead of Seth DeMerchant in second place. You've got Eric Smith starting on the inside of the second row, and Matthew Thunhorst will be starting from fourth. Tom Abramitis will be P5. He'll be flanked by Brenton Foster. Brian Halleck starts seventh today. You've got Justin Morton up in the eighth position for the Forge team. And then it is Kevin Hill who begins from ninth. Finally, rounding out the top 10, it'll be Kurt Crum.
Starting off in 11th place, it's going to be Brian McGreevy, followed by Matt Danson, with Jeff Schmeier and Ryan Steele in row 7 behind them. Lynch Kinchlow is going to line up 15th, and at his outside, it'll be Daniel Johnson with Justin Kirby and Nathan Dowd making up row 9. Wayne Hutchinson will be 19th, and Brent Kirby rounds out your top 20.
We've got last 4 cars. Jason Wallop in 21st position with Brian Barnes, who has yet to take the grid. Hopefully he'll jump on there soon, with Aaron Roofs in 23rd position, and Rob Powers rounding out your 24 car field for our race tonight.
And already pace car is on its way. And after a single pace lap, we'll start our 400 laps around here. So hopefully everybody's got some snacks ready. Also, we will have cautions naturally, so you'll get a chance to take some little breaks. But if you want to watch this one through to the end, I hope you're comfy. And it's going to be tough to try and get to that checkered flag here. Christian Challoner going to be starting it on the bottom side. And as we heard, some of them probably not going to be too eager to try and lead at the start, just try and let the race come to them. And as we watch them, I love this gives us a chance to really take a look, DJ, at the variety of vintage paint schemes that we got as well.
Yeah, massive kudos to all the drivers out there, really getting into the spirit of the vintage racing that we have. A lot of retro throwback looking schemes here on these 87 Cup cars. It is absolutely fantastic, Joe.
We'll get some closer looks at those throughout the race when we get some breaks later on. But for now, the iRacing pace car is peeling in, and Christian Challoner has control of the fields. He's waiting on the signal, and he's on it. Green flag is out for 600 miles around Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's a big jump by Christian over to Merchant down into the first corner, but it looks like Seth is going to immediately slot down to the bottom line. Thunhorst much faster up high. He's able to get ahead of Eric Smith in the number 32, and we're pretty single file down the backstretch for the front of the field.
Yeah, pretty decent start for everybody, but Eric Smith getting a little bit loose on that bottom side and had to take it up the hill a little bit. That actually is what allowed Thunhorst to go by. Just to report that Brian Barnes did not make it to the grid, so he started from pit road. He's off the back of this group, but Smith trying to regain those positions around the high side, now in fourth.
Yeah, the one concession they've made on the rules that won't be like the old 87 NASCAR rules is they do have the lucky dog in here. That's just because they aren't able to race to the line like they usually did back then under Cup rules. Meanwhile, the 20 there on your screen was able to overtake Eric Smith, and it looks like Smith's not done, because to his inside, that is Brenton Foster in the 23, trying to see if he can get yet one more over the number 32. They continue side by side. DJ down into turn 1.
Yeah, it really looks like Smith is a little bit out of sorts here. The rear end of that car wanting to step out a little bit through mid-corner there as he is just trying to get everything back up under him. And remember I said early on in the race that we were going to see these drivers try to settle in a little bit. I don't think Eric Smith has had a chance to settle in yet. Now that he's able to go single file here, watch for him to try to calm down a little bit.
Yep, this is up towards the front of the pack, but Justin not panicking, seeing those 6 cars in front of him. All of them right now hugging the bottom side, maybe trying to think tires. That's one thing that we haven't really discussed much, Adam. Limited tires, only 12 sets for the entirety of the race. So I'm sure that trying to take it easy also includes just making sure that you're conservative as to when you have to pop new ones on.
Yeah, absolutely. Each set needs to make it 33 laps on average in order to make it to the end of this race. So if we get a caution before lap 30, these guys are not going to be coming to pit road for tires. And even if we do get a caution on lap 30, I would expect these guys wouldn't come either, because you want to save a couple sets for a late race restart. Because remember what I said, it's 20 laps if you push these tires to their absolute limit. So these drivers are going to be trying to save some stuff for the end. So look for drivers to be fairly conservative and fairly slow to start this race.
Yeah, so far, conservative is definitely the way it has been. Besides a little bit of side-by-side racing farther down, it's gotten pretty single file, but don't panic. That is actually a good sign. It might not be as exciting to watch, but this is going to be a slow cooker, this one. So we hop on board with Jeff Schmeier. He just lost a spot to Lynn Kinchlow in the 44, just in front of him. One of our UDOX cars right now sitting in P14 with a whole line of cars in front of him. That's McGreevy, Steele, Hill, Crum, Danson, and Halleck up there.
Yeah, and everybody running line astern here as they go, and I wouldn't be surprised if these UDOX drivers are maybe talking to each other a little bit at this point, Joe. They're going to be using their intra-team communication to try to maybe work out a little bit of a plan, stop any attacks coming from behind, and recognizing if there's a driver that's a little bit faster in that team line to move them up ahead.
Well, up at the front, we had theorized that maybe the mega team would not be all that interested in leading, but Christian Challoner has led every lap so far, and we're on lap number 8. DeMerchant has been hanging behind him, just hovering in the mirrors of that number 1 machine, with the Forge Racing's number 98 car out there sitting in the 3rd spot. But that's when we get to our second mega racing team car, Tom Abramitis just behind. We're on board with DeMerchant now as he carries on behind Christian Challoner, continuing to play the coal car in this train.
Looks like Matt Danson going for a move on Brian Halleck in the 8th position, just tucking underneath Halleck's machine. Aside from that, we are pretty much single file in the entire series. So that's Halleck falling back. Kurt Crum, his Forge teammate's going to look to the bottom side as well, try and take that position away. But quite a few drivers just playing it easy right now. Then we have a nice breakaway at the top 7 up there, and then we go down to Danson, who's trying to bridge the gap, and then it's side by side between Halleck and Crum.
And Kevin Hill kind of stuck behind them right now. Thought maybe he'd get a position, but now he's got to wait for the 2 Forge cars to settle this out between them. Flying down into turn 1 yet again. Some battling behind them, it appears. That's Schmeier and McGreevy trying to work that one out, but it goes to the 07 of Crum. He'll take that 9th spot, and the 52 of Kevin Hill, unfortunately, is going to have to try again later as we ride on board with Kirby. Oh, and look at that. That is Ryan Steele running it high, wide, and handsome.
Yes, he is, Joe, and he's clearly feeling that he's got a little bit more momentum up on that high side, and that's really going to be the key. If you've got the car to be able to sling it through on that high side, carry the speed as much as possible, you're not going to scrub nearly as much running up there, and so that's going to be the advantage to running high. The only problem is that you make a little error up there, there is less room between yourself and the wall, and that's the last thing you want to have happen when you're coming at these speeds.
This is Kinch down underneath Ryan Steele now. And the 44 looks like he's got something decent mid-corner, but coming off of it, just can't get the throttle down. He'll go back into line, sitting 13th now. He's gained at least 1 position from where we last saw him. I think that was Schmeier that he demoted to get himself up into that P13. Now down the back stretch we fly as they all come off of the banking, try to settle the cars. Watch them bouncing around as well. Very soft and pliable suspension on these old machines.
These drivers have managed their tires really well up to this point. We're only about half a second off of our fastest laps to start this race. So these drivers are doing a good job of managing their stuff. They know that this is a long run and they got to keep it going. Look for the drivers to start sliding around a little bit around lap 20, 25. And I would expect actually the drivers in the back who have been doing most of the battling to be the ones who actually start the sliding around. We're seeing a little bit of instability down there. Lynn Kinchlow got a little bit loose off of 3, ends up falling behind Jeff Schmeier there. But yeah, these lead cars who are running nose to tail like that, they're not going to have any issues. But there is that battle I talked about.
Yeah, a bunch of UDOX cars in there, kind of clumped together. Maybe there as well, some that are trying to work together. Kinch still trying to rebuff Jeff Schmeier, who wants that spot back. He's going around the outside to try and claim it and gets great momentum. He's going to start to pull ahead by the time we come down into turn 3. Doesn't look like he's able to chop him off, though, and the 44 absolutely sends it in.
A little bit of a checkup there for the 44 as you saw him come down into the corner. He started to drift up. We've got a car into the wall.
Justin Kirby hit the outside wall coming off of 4. He's not happy about it either. I think he had contact with somebody.
It was Daniel Johnson, but I'm not sure. I don't think you can really blame Daniel on this one because it does look like the 58 gets very loose on his own.
No, this was contact. He got sent around.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, from that angle, you can really see it. And a very hard hit. He has not been into pit lane yet, but we also don't have a yellow. Oh, and did he lose his wheel? On my screen, he lost his right front.
Yes, he did. So
Holy
Justin Kirby
cow.
lost his right front wheel. In fact, the right front suspension's entirely gone for that car. So he's dragging it into the pits on the front nose.
That is not something I had seen before in an oval race on iRacing. Obviously, with these being older cars, they don't have tethers like modern ones do. So it just, once it had worn out its welcome, it said goodbye.
And DJ, they just updated the damage model for these cars in the last update for iRacing. So very interesting to see the results of that.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. And we talked about not wanting to use that faster pair too early. And unfortunately here for Justin Kirby, not only is he going to find himself a lap or 2 down, he's going to have that faster pair used. So basically, if he gets into one more incident, that is going to be done and dusted for him.
And he's not taking... Oh, he has taken the free repair. Okay, so just, I guess, taking a full stop. Yeah, he's back out. Okay.
He took fuel. He took fuel, Joe.
Aha, that's what it was. I was going to say, it seemed like a bit of a long stop. So I guess might as well, if you're off strategy. 2 laps down. The good news for him is because of the lucky dog and because Rob Powers, our only other car that's a lap down, has disconnected, Justin is right now the first one in line to get that lucky dog. So he'll get waved back around at least one of his laps, but he needs it twice before he'll be back with the leaders. Not impossible with, well, more than 500 miles still left to go, but it's certainly going to make it a bit of a slog in the early days.
Yeah, it certainly is. As they run, Joe, we ride on board right now with 5th place Brenton Foster. That's his teammate, Tom Almermitis, right up ahead of him. And watch his hands here coming through the corner. You can see just how minimal inputs these drivers are trying to put into the wheel. That's to reduce that tire scrub. You do not want to be wheeling the car back and forth over the asphalt here, as that is only going to serve to reduce tire wear as you go.
Yeah, definitely want to make sure that you're nice and smooth out there. Just keep those tires underneath you. And still holding that bottom line. Drifting up a little bit earlier, it seems, than Abramitis in front of him. As he approaches, he lifts early. Not interested in trying to pass quite yet. This front group has been miraculously well behaved during these first 20 laps. And well, we're hitting that number that you were talking about, Adam. Will we see a few, as they say, comers and goers?
I would expect that we're going to... I think everyone's managing very well. I mean, all the way down to 20th position, only 5.5 seconds back of the leaders, so I don't think anyone's going to feel the need to swap strategies right now. I think they're going to keep going until the tires really do fall off. There was a pass we saw Matt Danson making the move on Justin Morton again, so Morton and Danson have been running side by side for quite a bit of this race and continue to duke it out. And one of the things, DJ, as you mentioned, the gentleness on the steering wheel. Entering turn 1 is a real drop down on this older not older configuration, but older pavement of this track. And the car actually gets pretty neutral as you come in over that crest. And so seeing the discipline of these drivers to keep the wheel straight and pointed forward as that car shifting underneath them and not overreact, that just shows their experience. And it's something you have to do around here at Charlotte no matter what car you're driving.
Certainly is. And yeah, this is some of the cream of the crop. If you haven't watched the majors before, this is some of the best in the world. And for the first time, we're getting some passes made for the lead. It's going to be DeMerchant, and Challenger doesn't look like he fought it too much, though he's going to lose another one because Thunhorst finds the inside down into 3. Should be an opening now. Indeed, the 20, his teammate allows Christian to finally get back in line. Now behind them, we talked about Danson making some passes. He's trying to get one on Eric Smith. He's actually up 5 positions and in fact is tied for hard charger currently.
Yeah, the other driver there that is also up 5 is Brent Kirby working his way through the field. So Danson clearly here wants to get into that leading pack, doesn't want to fall too far off of the beat, has to check himself up a little bit there as Eric Smith defends that bottom line that they're going to run into the corner. He's still going to be able to catch up there as we've got some drivers working up on the high side, just trying to feel things out a little bit here.
That's Justin Kirby, actually. Fresh tires and all fuel. He's back out and trying to make up what he can. He will get one of the laps back at this rate if the tires hold up well. But again, he's off strategy to those around him, so he kind of needs a bit of pit strategy to get him back on the same cycle and hope that it happens when he has gotten one of those laps back and make it a lot easier for those lucky dogs. He's 4th in line there in the blue and white, number 58. See if he can overtake Challenger, Thunhorst, and Merchant now.
Yeah, you know, we've gotten used to in racing seeing drivers, take the racing line because that's the fastest way around the track, right? Well, back in this day, you took the racing line because it didn't burn up your front tires or your rear tires as much. And so that actually was a strategy to keep you going on a longer run, because when you see those defensive moves like we saw between Matt Danson and Eric Smith, that means they're shallow entering the corner, and that means they put a lot more weight onto that front right tire and that rear right tire, and that burns those tires up faster. That probably took about half a lap off of their tire life. And so that's something that they have to think about. Speaking of Danson, he's going for a move on Smith right now into 1.
And this time, I think he's got it. Smith can't do much about it, but he'll get back in behind the 030, who now sizes up the 23 of Brenton Foster. Matt Danson definitely looking pretty quick, and he's teammates with Seth DeMerchant, I believe. So I suspect there's definitely something in those VRS cars that is making them mighty quick.
Yeah, indeed, Joe, and we'll have to see how that plays out here. Some good long-run pace for both of those cars, and that's one of the things that we'll probably be talking about over the course of this 600 miles, is whether you're setting the car up for some shorter stints, some shorter bursts over time, or if you are going to be setting the car up for those longer runs where you're going to have more consistent running over the course of it. And it looks right now like those VRS cars, as you said, they are set up for the long run.
Yeah, both of them making moves here later on in the tire life. Looking from Thunhorst over his dash at Seth DeMerchant. Coming through 1 and 2. We're on lap 29 now, so approaching the marker for splitting it out evenly on tires. But as we said, not sure that we're going to see anybody actually come in on that lap, just because you want to save at least a few aces up your sleeve for the very end in case of late cautions. Still, the 58 of Kirby is stuck. He's now 3rd in line. He managed to get by Challenger, but has not been able to overtake on the 98 and the 157.
And I would expect the drivers to go the full 60 laps if they can, because at this point, once again, all the way. Ooh, who is that dropping off? That's Kirby.
Yeah, I think he felt that the tires were not lasting like he wanted, and he didn't want to try and get involved in that fight. He's still the only one 2 laps down here, the only one any laps down at all, so he's getting the lucky dog regardless. Maybe this is a safety call on his part.
Well, back to my point about tire life, you know, I'd expect everyone to go the full 60 laps. The top 20 are only 6 seconds off of the lead, so there's absolutely no reason to do a different tire strategy. There's no reason to try and do any sort of undercutting or anything like that. We got a long way to go. We're only 30 laps into a 400 lap race. I think you're just in it for the long haul. Everyone's just kind of on the interstate trundling along at this point, and I know that's a massive oversimplification, but at the same time, that's kind of the mentality you have to have, because otherwise you're going to overpsych yourself a little bit.
A little high there from Abramitis. Not going to open the door enough for Foster to try and step through. Even if he could, I suspect he would wait just because of the teammate situation, unless they feel like the 23 car is faster. But now he's got Danson with him. And remember, we were talking about how much Danson was making moves, slicing through cars. So will he be able to get another one and crack into the top 5 now?
Well, he's certainly looking threatening here, Joe, kicking up to the back of that number 23 of Brenton Foster. Foster trying to hold on as close as possible to the 20 up ahead of him. We're going to have to see how everybody is going to go here. Waiting to see. I'm looking, frankly, I'm anticipating a little bit of a pop out here from the 030 of Danson, but we just haven't seen it yet. I think he's now into a position where he may be a little bit more safe biding his time.
Yeah, maybe he used up his stuff as well. We don't know what those tires are like underneath them, except for just what we can see the car doing. There's been a little bit of slipping and sliding around since we passed the 30 lap mark, but I haven't seen anything super drastic yet.
Yeah, nothing that concerns me yet. I'm watching. We have 2 packs really created right now. We have first all the way down to 13th position with Jeff Schmeier and Brian Halleck passing each other for the 12th and 13th positions. And then we got Lynn Kinchlow leading the second pack from 14th down to 20th position. And these guys are starting to slide around a little bit. You know why I said that they were the ones who were going to be a little bit more hurting on tires than the ones at the front, because they've been battling a lot more? Well, that's exactly what's going on. Here's Daniel B. Johnson riding on board with him, and he's in that backpack.
And way at the back of the lead lap, Brian Barnes is down underneath goes Daniel Johnson to see if he can overtake on Wallet, but he drifts up. The 2 come together. They both hold on to it, and scary moments. Johnson losing momentum. Sees McGreevy come up around his outside. Is he going to lose his spot instead of gain one?
It certainly looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here, Joe, as McGreevy's able to pilot that number 68 out and around to the outside. But here's a little bit of a fight back for the 023 of Daniel Johnson. I don't think he's going to have it. He's going to keep that car to the inside line, though, as they run. I've got to say, I don't love that. He had room to be able to move himself back up the track, try to arc that corner a little bit more, put less strain on the tires, and it just didn't look like he wanted to do that.
No, it was a bit of an odd one for sure, as he certainly drifted up pretty quickly, nearly taking out his rival. I was going to say earlier that Brian Barnes is the last one on the lead lap because of his late start. Had to start from pit lane. Thankfully, he did not lose a full one, but he's got maybe all of 10 seconds back to DeMerchant, so he's probably going to go a lap down. And that's the last thing that Justin Kirby wants right now, because any car that goes a lap down is going to steal that lucky dog away from him.
He's got a straightaway, not even a full straightaway ahead of DeMerchant. He's about 6 seconds ahead. And granted, he's got a little more tire life than DeMerchant, but he doesn't have the draft of the guys behind him or ahead of him. So he's not getting pushed along the same way that DeMerchant is. So with 22-ish laps left in this stint, I think that DeMerchant's probably going to have a good opportunity to pass Barnes, but looking at their lap times, they're fairly equal. A 33 flat from Barnes last time around and a 32.9 for DeMerchant. So if Brian Barnes can keep this up, he might be able to hold on to that spot and keep Kirby as the lucky dog.
We'll wait and see. This could be just a roll of luck for Justin Kirby. Certainly is going to need some to have a good finish from here on out. 23rd out of 24 starters with only one DNF currently, and that's Rob Powers and the 47 who had connection issues early in this race. So as the drivers carry on here today, not even 100 miles into this 600-mile race, there is so much left to go.
Yeah, there really is, Joe, and this is the part of the race where you have to sort of fight against your own instincts as a racing driver. You want to be able to see yourself up front. You want to be able to put yourself in that position, but as Adam's been talking about, it's really all about patience here at this point. Nobody in this field is out of this quite yet. It's going to be plenty of time for everybody to be able to work their way back up to the front. You just need to get yourself into the position to see the checkered flag.
And that marker for the first 100 miles will come at lap 66 out here, middle of lap 66, really. But we've just about gotten to there. A little bit more to go for sure. Drivers doing an amazing job, really looking out for their equipment.
Sorry, Joe, we've had a little bit of contact again with Daniel B. Johnson drifting up into a car. This was Lynn Kinchlow again, so the two of them almost coming together off of turn 4 this last time around. I had to go check to see it wasn't a replay because it looks so similar to the last one.
I think it was Wallet last time that he got a piece of.
Oh, but we have a driver in the pits. Brent Kirby has come to the pit lane.
So that's not to be confused with Justin Kirby, but Brent is deciding to make the call and get himself some fresh rubber. Let's see how long it takes the 57 to get back out on track. Justin Kirby is, did Justin Kirby actually, yeah, he already got lapped yet again here. So, or excuse me, no, I was thinking of Brian Barnes that was trying to be caught. Where is Brian Barnes? That's the one I was looking for. So Brian Barnes still being run down by Seth DeMerchant, but has not been caught. So he'll be able to stay where he is.
We've had 3 wide for between Wayne Hutchison, Lynn Kinchlow, and Jason Wallet for 17th position. These guys at the back of the field, if you want exciting racing, these guys are putting it on, but it's not helping their cause to stay up with the lead pack at all.
Got tired of just racing in a straight line, I guess, and the 17 of Hutchison leads the trio of unorthodox drivers, McGreevy, Kinchlow, and Wallet. As we look up at the front of the fields, ever since we had that brief change of positions with DeMerchant and Thunhorst passing Challenger, they've stayed that way with Seth, Matthew, and Christian first, second, and third respectively.
Yeah, they haven't moved at all there, Joe. We saw a little bit of a poke to the inside there for Matthew Thunhurst coming off of turn 4. I don't think that was a real, necessarily a fully committed move, just trying to see what it was like, trying to figure out that run a little bit as they go. You see everybody running here. One of them slipping up the track there a little bit more. I think that's Eric Smith on the 32.
That is indeed. And I think he's going to lose out to another of our Forge Racing drivers. Also, Aaron Roofs recently came in for a pit stop. He's back out and rolling. Ryan Steele is now coming in. So we're seeing the dominoes start to fall. Those who are at the back who have very little to lose are going to try in and see if they can undercut their rivals.
Well, Ryan Steele wasn't actually at the back. He was in the top 10. He just ducked down off the track by himself and comes into the pits. That's Lynn Kinchlow who's joining him. So this loses you a lap coming to pit road, and it could lose you 2. So it's a risk that you're taking. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if the rest of the drivers can go long, oh man, Ryan Steele took 2 tires, but has to wait for fuel. So this is actually slowing him down quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, if you can go longer, you should, because the rest of the drivers are just going to come out with fresher tires than you.
And this is not fuel for Steele that's holding him up. He's got a black flag. I think he's sped into pit lane and is now having to pay the price. So he is going to go multiple laps down, unfortunately. Now he's finally on his way.
And all these pit stops actually hurt Justin Kirby, because if a caution comes out now, he's not the lucky dog driver.
Indeed, it's going to be Brent Kirby who is going to have that advantage. He's actually the highest of those who have pitted, out there running some very quick laps on the new rubber underneath him. Probably going to be gaining time on the back of the field, not necessarily the front, which you see here, because he's about half a lap behind. But the longer these guys stay out, the closer he's going to be getting to try and get his lap back, which is what he wants, so that he doesn't fall victim to a caution flag trapping him a lap down, or at least forcing him to use that lucky dog just to get back around. As there is the 9 of Justin Morton, being followed by his Forge teammate of Kurt Crum behind him. They're 6th and 7th each right now, and across the line, DeMerchant leads lap 50.
And DJ, I think Danson's hit the cliff with his tires.
Yeah, you read my mind there, Adam. The Danson just looks like he is absolutely falling off here. Meanwhile, in complete opposite to that, it looks like the Forge Racing team has got that long run pace that we talked about. Looks like they're able to go, and Danson indicating over the radio right now that he is going to be coming down pit lane. So, Adam, you're right. Those tires are done. He is calling it quits here on this stint.
Ooh, and he is really hustling the car in. Looks like he's going to get it woed up in time, but it was very sideways, and he's going to have a friend joining. That is Eric Smith, who also gets it down to the pit speed limit just in time. As behind them is a big run there for the 1, but doesn't look like he wanted to use it. I still think there's a little latent speed in the Christian Challenger's car.
Oh, there's speed in all these guys up front. They're just not using it because they want to stretch this out even farther. Danson and Smith, though, they've been looking loose for the last 5-10 laps, so that explains to me why that's going on. But Thunhorse deciding, hey, I think I'm going to move on to Merchant, and he's got it. To Merchant going to the high side, he's just going to let these guys go by because he's not really losing anything by doing so.
There's a lot of marbles on the outside. In fact, Merchant was way up into them. Kind of amazed that he didn't lose more or hit the wall. He falls to 4th, make that 5th now as Brenton Foster goes inside of him.
Danson has DC'd. Danson is out of the car.
He did have a long stop at 39 seconds. I'm not sure if he had a black flag or something that made him decide he didn't want to carry on. That's very weird. Maybe something in real life unfortunately forced him to have to park it, and he won't be able to finish the race. So now DeMerchant not only lost the lead, but he lost his wingman.
And that can be very, very brutal, especially as we come down into the closing stages of the race, Joe. I think the strength here that we're starting to see play itself out as Christian Challenger takes a little bit of a look on the outside there of Matthew Thunhorse is that we are going to see a pretty titanic slugfest here if things continue on the way they are between Mega Racing Team and Forge Racing, as they are the drivers right now that are looking to be in position and watch maybe for a little bit of jockeying to try to see if they can sort of clog up any of the paths for the other drivers to get themselves on by. Some of that team tactic racing that we've seen across the board.
And talking of tactics, Eric Smith, I just looked at his pit time. 14 seconds in modern cars would seem pretty typical for a 4-stopper, but he only took 2 tires, outsides. So that got him a shorter stop, and he is now the highest driver to have pitted. Question is, what are his lap times like? 32.1, 32.2. Comparing that with those who also took stops.
2 tires and half fuel, Joe. So he's taking a risk doing that. He's hoping that there's going to be a caution coming out sometime soon that will benefit him and give him another opportunity to come to pit road. Not soon, but probably within the next 30 laps. But that's a risk for sure.
And I was looking at Brent Kirby, who's another one that has come in. His early stop, or early apps after the stop, are pretty close to Eric Smith. So I actually think this is a good call. yes, his left sides are going to be pretty tired, but it seems like he's not really seeing too huge of a pace difference between himself and those that took all 4.
No, he's really not, and I'm a little bit surprised by that, Joe, but at the same time, if it works, and don't question it here as they run, so we're going to have to see what goes on. Meanwhile, Adam, I think you've been watching Seth the Merchant here. It looks like he's having some problems late in the run.
Yeah, Seth cannot turn the car in the middle of the corner. That car is sliding all over the place. If he doesn't come this time, I'm really surprised. He has absolutely hit the cliff on those tires. That thing is extremely unstable right now, and he is coming. No, he's not. He's staying out. He is lapping he's a full 1.5 seconds slower than our leaders right now. He is losing all this ground that he gained to start this race.
Yeah, I don't get that call either. Oh, and Christian Challoner has saved up enough that he decides he wants to try and take the lead back from Thunhorst, and he does relatively easily. Thunhorst trapped on the outside. We've seen this story before. The Merchant found himself in that position, lost a lot of spots, and so we got a caution. It's the Merchant.
Yeah.
Oh. And the car just got loose all on its own.
It's possible he might have been having a tire going down. We've seen this in a couple of the other splits, the other regions. But he was way up high, and the car just snaps on him.
Yeah, it like you said earlier, didn't want to turn. And that's Aaron Roofs in the purple 426, who just gets a small piece of him. But Roofs is able to carry on to Merchant, unfortunately forced to come in to take repairs as he had the black and orange flag, unfortunately. Going to get one more look at things from Roofs' perspective. He can start to see it happen, but little he can do to avoid it.
And Joe, what that's going to do here in the live frame is that's going to send all of the leaders down pit lane as of right now, and they're going to be thanking their lucky stars a little bit. This is going to keep them on a good run here. Now, a lot of the field will be able to get their lap back as they cycle their way around, but nevertheless, timing working out pretty well for the drivers up front.
Christian Challoner getting his fresh rubber to Merchant, slots in behind him. Unfortunately, probably going to need more than just tires and fuel here, so don't expect him to leave that stall. And yep, everybody else is out and on their way. Thunhorst second, Abramitis in third, and Josh Morton will be in fourth. Great gains by Josh, up 4 spots from the start of this race. That's not too shabby.
Yeah, this is the perfect timing, as you said, DJ, for those leaders. 60 laps into this race, you're going to have to come to the pits anyway. So this is perfect. And you know what's funny is that that's about the length that you could do a run before the tires start to wear out on you. So, I mean, it doesn't get more ideal than this for the leaders of this race. And it doesn't get more ideal for this for those who've already pitted, because they're going to get the wave around and come back on to the back of this pack.
Yeah, but they're on old rubber now, remember. It's been... For some of these guys, Aaron Roofs is out there for 15 laps. Kinchlow's been out for 13, 13 for Ryan Steele. So they're going to be at the back of the train on the lead lap with rubber that is not as fresh as the top drivers.
Our top 7 have about a 10-lap advantage on all the drivers behind. So that's going to play itself out very interestingly over the next couple of stints.
I think Eric Smith was on the lead lap. Because, yeah, I think... Or did he get the lucky dog? Is that what happened there? I'm trying to see if he was there. And, I believe... No, he got the lucky dog. He was waved around, so that's what happened with him. Then Jeff Schmeier may have been on the lead lap.
No, Jeff is still behind... he's still tucked in behind the pace car, but ahead of the leaders, so he should get the wave around. No, he shouldn't. They should be sent to the back of the pack, so...
Oof, yeah. Yeah, this is not working out well for him. Need to double check on that, though. If they're ahead of the leader, I think they will be waved around. We'll find out pretty soon.
Wave arounds are enabled, so yes, they will get waved around.
Yep, and they're being sent around now, so okay. Main thing is just not to be caught behind the lead car, because you're going to have all the hard work to do. As we see Christian Challener's perspective, our leader after this caution. First caution of the day after 60 laps of green flag racing of this 600-mile event here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The Major's latest round of racing has had some fascinating stuff happening between the strategy of the cars, how the setups look on the long run, and in general, who has the pace and who doesn't.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. And one thing that's going to be a little bit interesting here, the way things are going to sort themselves out, is that Thunhorst and Morton and their teammate, it looks like Kurt Krum, all starting up on the top line here. And it's going to be all Team Mega down low. Remember, I said that was going to be a battle to keep an eye on.
15 cars will restart on the lead lap. So a significant portion of them are hoping to try and get themselves a caution at the right time here. Pace car is in, and Challener is away. Forge Racing, goes nowhere. In fact, Matthew Thunhorst either had some wheel spin or something, because he just suddenly dropped back behind Foster and Abramitis there.
And there was a big pack of cars with a head of steam that were coming off of their wave around and almost ran to the back of this pack that are all lapped cars. So a bunch of lead lap drivers trying to get themselves back connected to the front group are tucked in about 3 seconds behind our lead pack. So that's definitely not ideal for them.
It is definitely not. And Brian McGreevy's pitting in, trying to see. He's got a black flag. So I wonder if he had a speeding in pit lane or what happened.
Passing under the yellow, it's really easy to do with the amount of time that you have between the wave around and when the cars get sent to the back of the pack and the green flag. And if the cars that are getting sent to the back of the pack don't go back fast enough, it can throw you a black flag pretty easily.
That's really unfortunate. There was a little bit of contact between Brent Kirby and Eric Smith, but I think no harm, no foul, as it was just Brent Kirby having trouble trying to control the car. Meanwhile, Brenton Foster just takes the fastest lap of the race as the temperatures continue to dip bit by bit. It's right now 6:45 p.m. virtual standard time. So still a little bit to go before we get to the sun setting over the horizon. We watch from over the dash of Brenton Foster in the 23. Top 3 cars actually are starting to break away.
Yeah, they are, Joe. Crucially, though, Matthew Thunhorst in the first of those Forge Racing Team cars, he is about 0.5 of a second behind, so he's going to be able to take enough draft to keep him close if he wants to do it. I've got to imagine that he is going to want to, but not push too hard at the same time. Again, we're all going to be talking about that tire wear here, and you don't want to take too much life out of those tires too early.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this call from them. And what was almost all 4 of the Forge Racing drivers up towards the front has really dissipated. Thunhorst still there, but he's in 4th. And then after that, Morton has really fallen off of them. And you have to go down to the 21 of Brian Halleck and the 07 of Kurt Krum in 7th and 8th with a massive gap up ahead to the lead of the field. Speaking of leading the fields, Tom Abramitis going to swap around with Christian Challener, and that looked pretty much not a team order, but certainly very cooperative racing.
Yeah, and as much as I think these leaders are having a good time, now they've started to settle into the right lap times. So I was going to say, I think 32.5s are going to be where you want to be, because anything faster than that, you're burning off those tires too quick. You want another 60-lap run. We want to make it to lap 124 here. Otherwise, these guys that have this advantage is going to be negated after all that time. So just things to think about for these drivers. Now, interestingly enough, Brent Kirby down there in 16th position, still caught up. He's the first car a lap down. All the drivers who are on the lead lap actually managed to get past that lapped car group and are now only about 7 seconds off of the lead. Now, granted, this is where the same distance they were off of the lead before the last caution, so they're actually losing ground over time to our leaders.
Also, Brent Kirby's got to watch out because that's Ryan Steele and Jason Wallet right behind him. Those are both lap-down cars as well, and if they pass them, they'll be the lucky dog. Depending on when the caution comes out, it looks to me like Ryan Steele is now going to have that spot away from the 57. In fact, he's also trying to overtake on Kurt Crum. Crum not fighting it too hard. He knows his battle is not with that blue and white number 12 machine.
Yeah, he's being a little bit heads up here, just trying to play this out and letting that 17 on, or that number 12 rather, on by, as you said, Joe, recognizing that's not his fight, recognizing that's a different car. A little bit of side-by-side there behind him, though, as they run.
Yeah, still a little bit of fighting, and unfortunately for Brent Kirby, he's going to now have two cars in front of him. If Wallet can complete this is for the 17th spot. And again, trying to compete for that wave-by position. 57 certainly making him work for it. He carries great speed off of turn 2, and it's going to take a little bit more than that from the 114 to get that spot away.
Yeah, Kirby and Wallet are pushing really hard right now. They're duking it out for this, not even for the lucky dog position, because Ryan Steele's 2 cars ahead of them and trying to make his way past Brian Halleck to just try and put more cars between himself and Brent Kirby and Jason Wallet. But everyone just in their own battles right now, and this mix-up of cars in the back is so interesting. Now back up at the front, Abermitis, Chowner, and Foster still running away with it from Thunhorse. We got Seth the Merchant about a second and a half back. He's just passed Justin Morton and Eric Smith to put himself back into 5th position. Those guys back there running 32 eights, 32 sevens versus the lead pack's 32 eights. So even on time, but those leaders starting to creep away a little bit.
You know, it just occurred to me, the one I'm really shocked not to see here today from the Mega Racing team is Nick Ottinger. I'm not sure why he couldn't make it. Probably had some sort of other obligations, but this seems like this would be absolutely ideal for him.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there, Joe. The black stripe driver, you'd expect him to be out on the track, must have just had some sort of other obligation, and it is obviously going to hurt his team here a little bit as they run, but they look like they're doing pretty well right now, being able to pull away from the pack here. Really only Matthew Thunhorst able to keep up with them.
We've completed our first 100 miles a few laps ago. Now we're trying to get to the quarter-way mark, which will be another 25 or so laps before we hit there. Thunhorst making sure that they don't completely get away from him. He's still holding on, but he's also not right on top of the trio leading the way in this race. Not sure how much of that is him just trying to manage things and how much is him actually pushing hard to try and stay with it.
Yeah, and you may think to yourself, you know, wow, they can only do 100 miles on one set of tires. I could do 5,000 on mine, but you're not going around the track at 180 miles an hour pulling 3 Gs lateral and 2 Gs vertical on your tires. That's a lot of heavy weight. And let me tell you, from the drivers who have driven road tires on tracks like this, your road tires that last you 5,000 miles on the road will last you about 3-4 laps around a track like this.
Yeah. Well, and we've got, I think it's Bias Ply 87 technology as well on the tire. So not quite what we've got today as far as the chemical compounds that they can produce to make sure they get good racing and get quite a bit of distance. Meanwhile, our top 3 have basically been quite content.
Well, the irony is, Joe, is that we've actually had to make the tires not last as long because we could make them last an entire race. Yeah. But in order to implement strategy, we have to make it so they can change tires.
Yeah, makes life a little bit more interesting, at least having them go away at some point as they head down through 3 and 4 once again. And we still have 22 of the 24 starters. We've only lost Rob Powers and Matt Danson. Powers, we know, had internet connection issues. Matt Danson, we're still not sure what happened to him that forced him to disconnect from the server. And now it's starting to look like Thunhorst is a little bit more on top of things. He's a lot closer to Foster as we see the rear bumper of that 23 just in front of us. So maybe that was no reason to be alarmed a little bit earlier. We've got quite a train forming back from 8th on down. Some of them are lap down cars, though. It's Halleck followed by Brent Kirby, Jeff Schmeier, Nathan Dowd, Kurt Crum, and Kevin Hill in there. And there definitely was a few of them making some looks, especially in that lap down battle, since there are drivers that really want to be the lead car.
Yeah, a lot of drivers trying to put themselves up ahead here as they run, Joe. And I think this is coming into a little bit of the desperation times as things run for these drivers. They do not want to find themselves in a dire position as they run. Keep an eye out on that lucky dog, trying to get as many laps back as they can.
80 laps into this race. Still a lot to go out there. A little bit of more side-by-side coming off of turn 2. That was Jeff Schmeier and Brent Kirby. Those two not racing for position. Brent Kirby is trying to catch back up to Ryan Steele, hence why he is so eager to try and go by these drivers that don't have much reason to try and hold him back. In fact, yeah, it looks like the 21 now, or excuse me, the 12 is going to let him by. Meanwhile, sneaking underneath and using the lapped car as a pick, Jeff Schmeier is going to get the spot off of Halleck. Nicely done. Very clever move.
Yeah, and what's so fascinating to me is I think that was a good move from Halleck to fall back, because you're not racing these guys, and in fact, you don't even really need to get to the cars up ahead of you, because you're not battling for the lucky dog. At this point, what you're only 4 seconds off of the lead. That's nothing to worry about, especially in a 400-mile race. We're only a 600-mile race. You're only 100 miles into. This is absolutely time to just relax. And if people want to duke it out ahead of you, go on and let them, because they're the ones who are going to have to pit for tires earlier than you.
Yeah, that's my thinking on this one. And the 147 is going to see if he can get by Halleck here. In that number 12, Halleck drifts well up high. Thankfully, does not run out of track there on the exit of turn 4. Nathan Dowd isn't done with the job yet. He's going to be side by side into 1. He's got the desired line. Behind him, a couple drivers actually maybe drifting up a little bit on the entry, it looks like, maybe squaring off the corner. But whatever the case, Halleck has now fallen into 10th. He's got Kurt Crum, his teammate, just behind him in the 07.
Yes, he does as they run. And we check back in on that battle for the lead. I've got to say here, I've been keeping an eye on Seth DeMerchant. Remember we talked about just how much Seth's tires were really falling off near the end run of that last stint. He hasn't been overdriving the car too much here, just trying to put everything in on a nice little line as they run. And I think he may have learned his lesson from that first time out.
Yeah, that certainly looks like it. I get the sense that he's willing to maybe sacrifice that track position just to kind of watch and see what is going to unfold out here during this race. Now starting lap 85 of this 400 lap event. We're going to hop on board with Justin Morton, a little bit behind Seth DeMerchant. He's split by Eric Smith in front of us, sporting our charity for this race, Sarge's Place. Again, if you want to try and see how you can help out or more information about Sarge's Place, we have a link in the YouTube description down below. And down below goes the 32, taking the spot away from DeMerchant.
And as you can see, the sun's starting to go down. Civil twilight about an hour and a half from now, virtual standard time. So these drivers have a little bit more time to play with in the sun. Once the sun goes down and we start to get all shade on this track, that's when that top line will start to open up as a fast way around this track. But they're going to have to scrub off the marbles and add some rubber up there. That's going to take some time and some effort from some drivers, and also lose them a little bit of rubber themselves. As we continue to watch Justin Morton as he's trying to tag himself up to that lead pack. It's tight up there for the lead.
It absolutely is. And looking through, it seems like Ryan Steele is still our lucky dog, and he's got a full 2 seconds over Brent Kirby. He's been sitting in a great position up to this point. Now he just needs the caution, though, to try and get himself back on the lead lap and on the same sequence as the leaders. We do have, well, Steele, let's see, his last stop was 40 laps ago. He's not got too much longer, actually, before he needs to pit in, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Joe. So definitely some strategy starting to circulate its way in here to the conversation of the race as we go. And we're going to start to see those pit stops start to fire themselves off here. I would imagine in about 10 laps timer, though, for some of these drivers.
Yeah, those who are off sequence are kind of paying the price here, but that's sometimes how it goes with oval racing. Can't control everything. You have to just roll with the punches and hope that things go your way. Coming off and around. Ryan Steele still sitting where he wants to be. Actually, in this group, you can see him behind the orange and blue of Seth DeMerchant. He's in the number 12 machine back there that you'll see flashes of. There he is, second to the last one in the train right now. So up at the front, Tom Abromaitis ahead of his teammate, Christian Challoner, and their other teammate, Brenton Foster, sitting in the third position. Eric Smith is taking a peek, actually, here. The 32 getting a little bit tired of waiting behind Mega Team Racing.
This is a good opportunity to try and see what you can do to upset Mega Team, but look at that. Instead of being upset, Brenton Foster's like, all right, I'll just speed up. I'll just go around Christian. You won't be able to get by. It looks like that's worked out for him.
Yeah, he didn't want to have to do anything with that battle. He'd rather be in a little bit more clear air. Christian now the one that gets demoted to try and babysit the 32 of Eric Smith. Getting close to that quarter way mark, and Smith is going to have another go at it. Doesn't matter which of the Mega Racing Team drivers it is. He's going to attack him, and successfully, I must say, as Eric has gotten into third now.
Yeah, good run there for Eric Smith. It did look a little bit like Christian Challoner. Didn't want to challenge all that much. You saw him take the very wide arc down into the corner, just trying to preserve his tires as much as possible. I think for Christian at this point, as long as he's in touch with this top group, it doesn't really matter what position he's running in.
Yeah, it's important to note, Joe, that Eric Smith has to pit 10 laps earlier than the rest of these guys up front. He's on lap 41 of his stint versus everyone else's 32. So Christian Challoner not concerned about Eric Smith. He's a fly in the ointment at this point.
All right, so there's a lot happening out there, not just with the way that the cars are handling, but strategy-wise, as we've got people already split up early in this race, meaning that could continue to diverge and could be difficult to try and figure out who has the winning strategy, especially if we stay green for much of this race and don't get a chance to try and reset and have everybody kind of forced back onto the same cycle out there. But still waiting for guys like Ryan Steele to have to come and pit in, who's already a lap down, but he's going to try and stay out most likely as long as he possibly can to get that lucky dog wave around. We continue to watch our top four: Abromaitis, Foster, Smith, and Challoner. There's a very high line coming into the turn for the 32, and a very fast line. Look at that. He's gaining on the 23.
I'm a little bit surprised here, Joe, with as much tire life as he's probably taken out of those tires here at this point. That upper line looking like it's playing out there. Is that going to be a little bit of a block from Abromaitis? Abromaitis is going to stick on down low. Let's see how this sorts itself out coming across the start-finish stripe.
I'm as confused as you, DJ, because I don't see what Eric Smith gains off of this. I mean, I guess a little bit of track position, meaning he's going to be further ahead when he has to take his pit stop, but he's definitely committed to using up his stuff right now. I think that he's a little concerned that his tires are going to go pop the weasel like the Merchants did. So he's decided, you know what? I think I'm going to just try and run away from these guys, and when my tires start to go, I'll just drop in.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Is he knows he's already on a different strategy. He's going to have to pit earlier than them, and regardless, so might as well see how many spots he can gain in the process and see if that nets him some sort of track position or prevents him maybe from going a lap down. It depends on how far away he can run from these guys behind him. And we have a taker in pit lane, Lynn Kinchlow. has just hit his stall. Trying to see if he had any sort of contact or anything.
Nope. This is just
Doesn't
a
look
scheduled
like it.
stop. He was around 45 laps on his stint, one of the first takers to pit road the first time, so taking regular service for Lynn Kinchlow. This is going to put him pretty far off cycle from everyone else, but that being said, it's what he's got to do to keep his tires alive.
And he is taking all 4, so no shenanigans for him. We'll try and keep it traditional and get back out onto the track. And he will indeed be a lap down, but he's not going to go 2 laps down. So Lynn Kinchlow will return with 1 needed to make up. Here we go, coming up to that quarter race mark in just a couple laps now.
So here's an idea, DJ. If you're Eric Smith and you've hopped up front, maybe you're trying to pull those, Mega Team Racing guys a little faster than they actually should go right now. Maybe try and reduce their tire life a little bit. Maybe give your teammates, the rest of your Dogbear teammates, an opportunity to take advantage of maybe a slip up from that team.
I mean, it's certainly an interesting strategy to play out. It's not exactly a strategy that you see in some of the longer races here on the NASCAR side. I'd call that the rabbit strategy that we're used to seeing more on the endurance side, as we see Aaron Reeves coming down pit lane. But if that's what Eric is playing at here, Adam, I got to tell you, I love it. I kind of love that strategy.
Yeah, I think that's really clever, frankly, and it is kind of forcing the 20, it looks like, to maybe pick up the pace a little bit. Let me check and see if they are going. Yeah, they've gone a little faster. I think they are trying to keep up with Eric Smith, and the ruse could be working.
That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because I was wondering why Eric was going around so fast, and he's got nothing to lose at this point. He's got 10 laps. He's going to have to pay the piper in the next 5 to 10 laps here. So keep your eyes on Eric Smith. If he starts to slide around a bit, you'll see him start to drop like a rock. Then he's going to need to hit pit road.
Playing the Prefontaine to the chasing pack here. And there you go. 100 laps down now for our drivers. Just have to do that 3 more times to reach 600 miles here today. And since we haven't had a whole lot happening, I want to give a chance to take a closer look at some of these paints. All 3 of us, I think, kind of agreed that Abramitis is perhaps one of our favorites that just screams classic livery to me.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And whether you are a NASCAR fan or an IndyCar fan or whatever it is, that livery is iconic from this time period. Absolutely incredible stuff. Love to see that in some great detail work, obviously done with the lettering as well as the actual design there. Really cool to see out there on the number 20.
Rainbow Warrior right behind him, too, the 23. And Brenton Foster, just a nice throwback scheme as well. Throwback to a different era, possibly, of NASCAR, but still a very recognizable paint scheme for sure.
Yeah, Christian Challenger is definitely a legitimate one. I believe that is, I think is that Zyrtec? Or I'm trying to remember what he's trying to imitate here. It's either that or he's going for the old sit-go scheme on that car. Xerox, thank you, to our director. That's what I was thinking that was. I knew it was a Z sound in there somewhere. But that one also looking pretty fast today. But the Forge team going a different route from the Mega Racing team drivers who all kind of pick their own classic scheme, whereas the Forge team are all basically running the same look, but not quite trying to imitate anything particular, I don't think, but still very reminiscent of the era.
No, this is very particular. This is, I believe, the old Goodwrench scheme, if I remember correctly. Looks very similar to it, if it's not that exact scheme from that era.
See, I thought maybe it was a play on Ford or something, since they had the cursive Forge on there. But I have to go look that up and see if that does match up to that. But still love the way they look. I am partial to black colored cars, as they just, I don't know, they just look good to me. I always loved that color on a race car. Got a little bit of side-by-side racing with Nathan Dowd and Jeff Schmeier.
Yeah, and Jeff, I think, has... No, I was going to say he has a little bit of damage, but that's actually just his paint scheme. I stand corrected.
Yeah, he's carrying on. Dog Bears, I was kind of surprised. Usually it's Dog Bear the ones that do classic paint schemes on their stock cars. In fact, one year I recall they each painted them as various cars from Days of Thunder, which was one of my favorites ever that they had done. But everybody's all very much in uniform here today for Dog Bear. Still very nice looking vehicles today.
Yeah, very good indeed as they go, Joe. And I'll have to go back and check out those Days of Thunder liveries because you know my sincere love of that movie.
Indeed. And we look back from Eric Smith now on Abramitis. Let's see what the laps are looking like now amongst them. Still in the 32s for Eric Smith and still in the 32s for Abramitis. So he continues to tug them along, seeing if he can wear out those tires a little bit faster. But Eric Smith is to lap 56. At some point, I got to imagine, Eric's going to find those tires starting to give up the ghost.
He's starting to. Abramitis is starting to pull him in a little bit, and yeah, he's getting tight off. You could see almost hitting the outside wall that time around. I'd expect next 3 or 4 laps, we're going to see Eric Smith come in. That car, yes, I can start to see the behavior of it. It's starting to get a little uncomfortable for him on exit. So he doesn't have it loose like Seth the Merchant did. Doesn't look like he's got a tire going down, but it's just not quite as quick as it was even 2-3 laps ago.
Daniel Johnson has taken a pit stop and is a lap down now. Shouldn't be caught by these guys to go 2 laps down because he's now getting up to speed, but he only took 2 tires. And I'm kind of thinking, because wasn't it Eric Smith that took 2 tires in the first one as well? I want to say.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. If that keeps
working out for him.
Yeah. Well, if it keeps you from losing too much in the pit stop, I'm really thinking that's the call if you have to make a green flag stop.
It certainly looks like it may be the way to go, Joe, and we're going to have to see how that plays itself out over the course of the next 3 quarters of this race. But I got to agree with you. There is evidence certainly proven that may be the good thing to do.
Okay, well, will we see another caution soon since we are getting up there in the laps for our drivers? I'm pretty impressed, Adam. These cars, like all the vintage cars on iRacing, are kind of known for being really tough to drive. But we've had a single caution, and we might have another. He holds on to it. Eric Smith is not going to hold on to the lead, though, as Abramitis is now through, and hopefully there's not too much damage on the 32.
I was waiting for you to finish to say that I think it's time for Smith to come in because Abramitis was catching him at about 2/10 a lap. I think Smith needs to come into the pits, but he's getting trapped by those Mega Racing Team guys. They have no inclination to let Smith come into the pits right now.
And they probably are well aware of it, too. Look at Christian Challenger, stay as close to the 23 as he can. And as well, Thunhorst looks like he's doing some of the same. Now, thankfully, I think he's got enough fuel. He should be plenty good because they had some of those laps under caution here for Eric Smith. Now, can he get down now before Justin Morton is able to fill the hole? Yes, he is down.
All right, now we're going to have to see here if that 32 does indeed opt to come down pit lane. I've got to think he is. And Justin Morton looked like he could have had a little bit of a run on him there. I'm not hearing a call for the 32 to come in over the radio. And indeed, he's going to drift up. He's not going to be able to make it in.
You can't do this, man. This is what happened to Seth the Merchant. Seth the Merchant did this too, and he ended up with a blowout. So you got to come in, man. You can't keep stretching like this. These tires don't behave like the new ones.
Yeah, he's hit the cliff. So, well, that strategy can only work for so long, unfortunately. But he was pulling on the leaders pretty far. Well, they start to experience the cliff within a few laps themselves. 32 still out there with the aforementioned Seth DeMerchant directly behind him.
Yeah, and I've got to say here for DeMerchant, he has had a much more calm, cool, and collected second stint in this race. It looks like he learned the lessons from that first run, holding back a little bit more here, not being as aggressive on the tires, and just putting himself into a position where he's going to be able to attack if something were to happen. And there we hear over the radio Eric Smith coming on in the lane.
It can't last any longer than that, yeah.
No, I mean, I was starting to get worried that he was going to have a blowout too. He hits the brakes and heads to the lane. It's going to be hard to stop that thing with its worn tires, and I don't think he made it, Joe.
Let's see. It was 50 miles an hour, it looks like. I think he just got there.
Eric Smith has a meatball flag.
Oh, maybe he did blow it out. Or did he get that when he hit the wall? Because that's very possible. Let me see. Yeah, because the previous 2 laps were deleted. So he actually got that meatball from the contact with the wall. And Eric Smith had to come in. There wasn't any choice about what the tires were doing. If he kept going, he would have been DQ'd.
He damaged a tire because now that he's taken tires and gotten off pit road, he's not used his fast repair, but the meatball's gone.
Oh,
Wow.
interesting.
New days in iRacing. I like it.
Oh, Wayne Hutchison is now in. Hutchison was on the lead lap. So he's going to try and take the gamble, take the risk. But we're starting to see drivers having trouble hold it together here. The risk of a caution just steadily increases.
DJ, I would like you to take a look at the stint length of Ryan Steele, our first driver 1 lap down. 70
Oh my
laps.
goodness gracious! How is he still running?
He's had some time to save the fuel during the caution period, obviously.
Oh, fuel's not the concern. It's the tires, and the man looks pretty stable.
Well, and he pulled away from the others that are a lap down, so he's clearly been pushing at least relatively hard relative to those that are in the same situation as him, and he's now saying that he's going to pit in.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, it's an incredible run, but 70 laps on a set of tires. My goodness, is there Eric Smith sets the fastest lap of the race coming down out of pit lane right now, so clearly that car has that pace that we've seen underneath it.
Ryan Steele is a little bit more trepidatious coming in and definitely hits the cones maybe a little slower than he needed to. But he looks for his pit stall as we watch our top 3, Abramitis, Foster, and Challoner.
And good news for Eric Smith fans, he has just passed Jason Wallet and is now the first car 1 lap down. If a caution comes out, he will get the lucky dog.
Well, Nathan Dowd is in. Yeah, so Nathan Dowd will have to hand that over to him, I think, in a second, because Dowd is a lap down, and he's getting his service. Eric Smith coming onto the front stretch. Dowd is not moving, so yes, Eric Smith will be able to get that away from him as he crosses the start-finish line. We're getting all kinds of mixed strategy out here now that we've hit the end of the second stint. But how long do the leaders dare try and push it?
Well, Joe, they're hitting 60 right now, actually 61 as they come by. Now, remember, they've been able to run their own race here, but I've got to think that we're going to be seeing them come in within the next 2 or 3 laps just for safekeeping. That would be my guess at any rate.
I think they're going to wait until one of their tires starts to go, and everyone looks pretty stable at the moment at the front for the Mega Team Racing guys. Thunhorst feeling a little bit more pressure, and Justin Morton, he's the one who's starting to look a little unstable on the rear through the center of the corner. So if I had to say, I think Justin's going to be our first biter out of the top 5.
Thunhorst is going to have a very difficult task if things stay like this all the way to the end of the race, considering he has 3 of the same team out there ahead of him. And Forge Racing sometimes hasn't had the easiest of time out here, especially on the ovals where they're strongest, but they seem to have some really atrocious luck at times.
Yeah, and really and truly, Joe, when you're talking about these long oval runs like the 500, like the 600 here today, luck is pretty crucial. Let's not discount that. Yes, you've got to be good and be able to put yourself into the position to run well, but you have got to have good luck fall your way, and we just haven't seen that from Forge, unfortunately. Although we still have over half of this race left to run, and we can see those tables turn for him here.
Indeed, still only on a single caution at this point, 120 some laps into this race. We're down to only 9 drivers left on the lead lap, but some of that is due to the cycle of the pit stops. Pretty sure Eric Smith is going to get his back with the pace that he's been running now that he's on his fresh tires. And who else? Oh, someone else just saw them pop in. That's going to be Kevin Hill. So that's another one of our lead lap cars.
So Eric Smith, after doing that fastest lap, has backed it down to 32.5s. So he's trying to pace himself once again to that magic number of the 32.5s for the first about 20 laps of the stint. So Smith trying to pace himself well. It's still 32.7 for Tom Abramitis. So those leaders are not losing time to Eric Smith, who has come in early for those tires on that alternate strategy. As we watch the 52 of Kevin Hill take his pit stops while he's been parked, Eric Smith has gone past him, come around and gone past him again to put Kevin Hill 1 lap down.
Smith still remaining as the lead car a lap down. Hill is back out on track. Abramitis leads them past the pit entry yet again. Should be able to get to, well, we know for sure, lap 70 compared to what we saw there for Steele. But how much farther do they want to go than that?
Foster's starting to fall off, DJ. He's losing touch with Tom. Does that mean his tires are starting to go?
Well, if you look at the run he just had coming off at turn 2, you could see him slip up the track a little bit more as he had to chase the car up through the corner. I gotta think you're right, Adam. I think he's losing it a little bit. Not gonna come down pit lane this time. Neither are any of his teammates, but I agree with you, Foster. Definitely starting to lose the car.
Justin Morton comes in, from 4th.
He announced he wanted to pit in, and he is now heading towards his pit stall. So we need 6 more drivers to take pit stops. That's Halleck, DeMerchant, Thunhorst, Challoner, Foster, and Abramitis.
Yeah, my eyes are right now just locked onto Brenton Foster at the moment because his car looking fairly unstable through the center of the corner, and that's the same exact symptoms that we saw from Seth the Merchant, who just now comes to pit road himself. So Seth the Merchant hitting pit road, 68 laps on these tires, granted about 3 laps under caution, so make it 65 laps at race speed on these tires for these leaders.
And Eric Smith just blew by Justin Morton. Morton wasn't that far behind the leaders. I think Eric Smith is going to be our lead car by the time this pit cycle ends, unless we get a caution.
In. Matthew Thunhorst is into the pits, so he's our first biter from the top 4. So Forge Racing taking just a 1 lap offset here.
Okay. And obviously there's nothing really to be gained by pitting on different laps. If they share pit stalls, it doesn't interrupt the pit crews here virtually, although it can obscure your vision trying to find your stall a little bit. Oh, that was close for Abramitis.
Oy, Joe, that was Tom Abramitis coming down pit lane, and clearly a miscommunication there with his teammate Brenton Foster, as that almost ended in disaster, taking out the 3 Mega Team Racing drivers. My goodness, they have luck on their side today.
So Abramitis just went by, Smith just went by Abramitis in the pit lane. So my eyes are on, he's going to go past Matthew Thunhorst. So Eric Smith past Matthew Thunhorst. Is he going to get Abramitis? Abramitis just now hitting his box. He's got 21 seconds to pay the piper as Christian Chowder comes into the pits as well. So Eric Smith coming around turns 3 and 4 right now. Abramitis still in his box, just now exiting. Eric Smith's going to have him easily through 1 and 2, so Eric Smith will get past Abramitis, who was leading this race. That lends credence to your theory that Smith will be leading this thing if they stays green.
Let's see if Foster comes in now. Lap 71 of this stint. He's staying low, but he's not slowing down, so he is going to carry on, leaving everybody a lap down here. So he is actually sitting in a pretty decent position if we get a caution, but if we don't, he is going to be well behind not only his rivals but his teammates too, who have gotten fresh rubber and are now back out hitting fast laps.
And DJ, Matthew Thunhorst just blew by Eric Smith on fresher tires, so That early stop for Smith puts him 20 seconds off, 20 laps, well, 16 laps off strategy from these leaders who are pitting now. And here comes our leader, Foster.
Yeah, so he's going to come down pit lane here. We're going to have to see how everything shakes itself out. Right now, it does look like Seth DeMerchant is going to inherit the lead of the race, and that is going to be on 73 laps on this set of rubber. That is an impressive run.
What's more impressive is the fact that it's nearly 5 seconds over Christian Challenger, who we know is not slow, but it was only 3 laps difference between them, and Seth was a few tenths behind the number 1 before the pit stop. So Seth really must have boogied on his way out.
Well, he is boogieing. He's done 4 laps straight at 32 flat. That is taking a lot of life out of your tires.
He took 2 tires, but I think, did Christian take 2? He's on an 18-second stop.
Yes, Christian also took 2, but a little bit more fuel than DeMerchant. So DeMerchant, I think he's thinking of just burning this rubber and then jumping onto a new set. But he's absolutely cooking the candle at both ends right now with his pace.
We'll see whether or not that pays off. For Eric Smith, it's been a bit of a back and forth on whether or not it works or it doesn't. Right now, it doesn't quite, although he's not in a bad position. He's sitting in 5th. However, he's got older tires than a lot of those around him.
He's a second off the pace, Joe. He's running 33s to Abramides' 32s right now. That's hard to swallow. Even if these guys start running 32.5s on measured pace, he's going to be half a second slower per lap.
By the way, we have 15 drivers now back on the lead lap. Ryan Steele, Brian Barnes, Brent Kirby, Jason Wallet, and Justin Kirby need to get laps back. Looks like you can count Brian McGreevy in there. Did we miss an incident with the 68? Because he's 4 laps down for some reason.
We must have, Joe. I'm not seeing anything necessarily pop up for me as they run, but clearly something occurring there to put him down the order.
Very strange stuff for Brian McGreevy. So I'll have to check into that a little bit later. We might have a replay. Did he have a spin off the racing line maybe? Didn't bring out the caution. It's coming back up onto the racing line.
Looking fairly standard here for the 68. Gets the 52 outside of him. That is Kevin Hill. Yeah, it just looks like... I'm not sure why he's so far off.
Nothing really outrageous there. Didn't seem all that strange. And I'm looking at the lap times, and I'm not seeing anything odd on that end either. As there goes Abramides past Thunhorst. So it is once again 2 of our top 3 are the Mega Team Racing. Seth DeMerchant keeping them from having a lockout on the podium right now. But Brenton Foster, who is on pretty fresh tires, has been trying to charge through. In fact, he's just now going to get by Eric Smith just a little bit back here. Here it is on screen now.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple move down to the inside. Didn't look like Eric Smith thought it all that hard. He's going to be able to come down on a later apex there as they run, and drivers now work their way out of the corners and try to see what they do. Waiting to see here what is going to play itself out. I'm keeping an eye on that 23 as I think there's going to be some speed in that car in the long run pace here.
Especially if he can keep stretching it out as far as he did and save himself a few more sets compared to his rivals towards the end of the race. That is what's going to be fascinating. If these guys find themselves getting some cautions because they're going to get aggressive at the end, and well, if they get aggressive, I got to think we're going to see some cautions. Who has got the stuff? Who can pop in, take some fresh tires, and blitz through the field?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. Interesting to note, Christian Challenger tried to catch up to Seth DeMerchant a couple laps ago by running a couple of 32 flats, but he's now backed off of it, and he's starting to lose ground to DeMerchant. So DeMerchant, in his pit cycle, with those 2 fresh tires and that fast out from him, he's kept that gap at about 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds to Christian Challenger. Tom Abramides another 3 seconds back, and Matthew Thunhorst trying to cling to Abramides, but losing a little bit of ground.
So they're already getting a little bit of tempers out there. Kinchlow and Kirby having a little back and forth over the radio, not over something that happened just now, but just Kirby mentioned something about not being shown respect earlier on in the race between the pair of them. Daniel Johnson giving us his perspective. Man, I cannot imagine trying to do 600 miles in VR.
Well, Joe, you and I have talked many, many times on different broadcasts, drivers talking about how sweaty that their eyes get. I believe it was on a Lotus 79 broadcast where we were talking to somebody that they actually got blinded by hot sweat coming in their eyes because of running in VR. And those are, what, 40, 50-minute races? We're talking about 600 miles out here. You've got to be just running in the coolest of cool rooms.
Yeah, I've never experienced anything more sweaty in VR than Beat Saber, but iRacing is a close second. And it's you got to be prepared for it. You got to have a lot of fans blowing on you. You got to have a pretty much your own air conditioning for your room that you're driving in. And you know, it's an experience for sure. But that being said, they're not working as hard around this particular track as they would be, say, at Daytona in the 87 machines. So it's not as much of a workout as even Le Mans was for these drivers. Well, I say that, but then direct drive wheels exist, so it's hard.
That's true. I think you should combine both worlds and do Give Me Some 11 on Beat Saber. So you can have.
I don't think anybody wants to see that.
In the meantime, as we watch up towards the front here, this is no, excuse me, this is not towards the front. This is the 07, who is actually sitting in 10th position right now, trying to chase on Dowd just in front of him. One of the bigger packs that we've got, Daniel Johnson in Kinetic Racing. Kind of surprised at the lack of presence from Kinetic Racing on today's race. I know they're not as much of the powerhouse as we've seen in previous seasons, but besides Daniel Johnson, do we have any other KR drivers?
I think we have a few here, but gone are the days, you know, with Kinetic Unorthodox and you know, a couple of those other teams. Oh, Lynn Kinchlow's had a problem. He's come to the pits. This is interesting.
Well, he was about 50 laps, I think, into his stint.
Okay, so maybe this is a regularly scheduled stop, but yeah, it was quite off sequence comparatively. Brian Barnes is going to be the next one to possibly come to pit road. But back to that battle, Dowd and Crum hard pressed to fight each other right now as they're exiting 3 and 4. These two cars, 19 laps for Crum, 27 laps for Dowd on those tires. Dowd does not want to be stuck on that high side.
So come through 1 and 2. He's going to try and cut underneath on the way off the corner. Dowd gets great momentum on the backstretch. He's got the inside coming into turn 3. Probably the place you want to be. I don't know if this camera really shows it all that well, but the marbles are absolutely piling up on the outside line. I don't know how anybody is going to be able to make a high line work around here when the sun goes down.
Yeah, it's going to get very, very tricky, Joe. And, you know, we kind of have that middle groove that's starting to play. There you can see some of the marbles starting to develop. The middle groove rubbering itself in a little bit, but that high line is just marble central. And so drivers definitely going to have to watch out for that. But, you know, I've got to give credit here, though, to Kurt Crum. He's making that middle high line work.
Yeah, not giving it up. Making sure that Nathan Dowd has to fight for it. Kurt Crum, Daniel Johnson just watching from behind. They're going to go 2 by 2 maybe for a brief second. Oh, the 07 is not nearly as close now. 147 could drift up and blunt his momentum, and that's what he does. But looks like Crum's going to just switch to the bottom side, get underneath him. He liked the high side. Does he like the reverse?
This is good racing from them, and someone's got to go up there and polish off that high groove, and looks like Crum was the unwitting elected to do so, and now Dowd up there. He's definitely clear of Crum. He can drop in to the low side now as Daniel B. Johnson looks to run the middle groove. He's going to try and diamond off the corner a little bit, or just run that middle groove. Looks like some drivers are starting to feel that middle groove starting to work. It is down 10 degrees from our starting temperature on track, 86 Fahrenheit, 30 Celsius, those of you across the pond. On track for these drivers, still at around 77 degrees Fahrenheit air temperature for these cars.
Last time through 1 and 2, Brian Barnes rode all the way up to the wall, all the way around, and somehow didn't hit it in the midst of all that gunk. I'm trying to see if he's going to do it again. No, he's gonna come down low. But I was kind of flabbergasted that Brian not only did that, but did it pretty successfully, and it doesn't seem like he lost a lot of time.
No, he didn't there, Joe, and we're going to have to see. He may just be able to get it to work up there a little bit higher, but as you said, the marble's very, very realistic in the way that they are simulated here on the iRacing service, so that can certainly throw a couple of people off, but still this battle continuing to rage on. Daniel Johnson trying to close in a little bit, looking this way and that as they run, and we tick over the 150 lap mark.
We're going to be at lap 300 here mile 300 here kind of soon, as we've already gone past mile 200 of this race. So these three still fighting hard in this group that we've been watching on screen. Kinetic car trying to stay with the Forge Racing car and the 147 of Nathan Dowd coming onto the backstretch, 152 laps into this thing with 21 of our 24 starters still out there. We haven't talked about it, but Aaron Roofs is the latest one that we have lost. I do not know what caused that retirement, but we'll try and check out and see if we can.
Brian Barnes has spun coming off of 4. He's kept it on the apron. But we just saw it, just a little flash of that on the back of our screen there as that battle we were watching exited 4. But Brian Barnes has now brought it to pit road, no caution.
See if we can watch the replay on that. And this one wasn't because of him riding high. You see it just, he has to chase it up the hill. Maybe, how long was he out on those tires? Did he maybe run them too hard or something?
It's not a massively exponential, massively long run there for him. I think he may have just overcooked it very, very slightly as he went through there, Joe, and maybe just had to chase the car, as you said.
Brent Kirby is now in, pitting from a lap down. Going to go 2 laps down pretty quickly on that one. Those that got trapped in that first caution have really been suffering in this race. We haven't had a follow-up to try and get anybody back onto the lead lap, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was 53 laps that Brian Barnes had run, so he should have had more tire life left in those tires. So unfortunately for him, he had to come in and do full service after that. That's put him 3 laps down.
Ryan Steele is the driver that has the lucky dog. Holy cow. And with the fresh rubber on the 4, he was trying to fly by a lot of cars. Unfortunately, I don't think they got the memo that a fast car is coming through, as he nearly threw off Justin Morton in the process, and Barnes is going to try and get that lap back. We still watch on screen as these 3 try and decide some of the positions just inside the top 10. Dowd running in the 9th spot.
Okay, DJ, I hate to be the guy who mentions this, but this is a long race, and we are 156 laps in. Do you think that Brian Barnes' incident was more to do with focus than with...
What happened to Jeff Schmeier? Sorry to interrupt, but the 30 was doing donuts on pit lane. I think
he slid it coming in.
He's got a black flag for unsafe pit entry. We need a replay of this one.
I think he blew a tire or something. He was sliding all the way through 3 and 4. There you see it. He just dumps it onto pit road, locks up the tires. This is one of the wilder pit entries I've seen in a while.
Wonder if, like you said, the tire went down. He kind of realized the situation, didn't want to cause a caution. Oh yeah, look at him counter steer. My goodness.
Yeah, I think he had a blowout and just tried to get it to pit road because he knew he couldn't make it all the way around. And unfortunately, that's going to put Schmeier in a real bad spot.
Well, kudos to him if that's the situation, because he did such a great job of keeping the yellow from being flown in that one. We've stayed green for the vast majority of this race, and Seth DeMerchant is totally fine with that because he's now up to 2.5 seconds over Christian Challoner and has definitely looked quick today. But the last time we saw him leading like this, eventually it went away from him and he used up his stuff. Is this going to be a repeat of that?
Well, we'll have to see, Joe. He used up that stuff on the first stint that we saw him really put the time in, but remember on that second stint, he hung back a little bit more and put himself into a position to run at about 5th place or so over the course of that entire run. He's doing a very, very good time here to do it. He's running just some pretty consistent laps, 32.7s right now, not looking like he's pushing the car too hard. I think he's in the groove.
We only have 11 cars now on the lead lap. Remember, I said it was up to 15 a little bit earlier, but these earlier pit stops are shuffling it around yet again. And there are some that are desperately hoping that we get a caution when they get back closer to the lead lap here soon, just so that we can get reset and get some people on the same strategy. This is Thunhorst there in 4th position with as we watch the Forge Racing driver try to get back past the car who is multiple laps down here. Up ahead of him, Tom Abramitis holding on to the podium position and has got about 0.4 of a second over the 98. So he's sitting safe right now, but Thunhorst has been able to at least cling to the back, even if he hasn't been as big of a threat to those Mega Racing Team drivers for much of this race.
Yeah, and what was a Caterpillar race with a lead pack running all out front, ever since the pit stops, that has absolutely broken. Like you said, 2.5 seconds ahead of Challoner, 5.5 seconds down to Abramitis, and then 0.5 second to Thunhorst, who's probably got Abramitis in the next couple of laps. Sun definitely starting to go down here. We have the entire front straightaway and most of turns 1 and 4 in the shade of the main grandstand there and the media boxes. So quite a bit of the track in shade as the temperature continues to drop 85 degrees, down 2 degrees from when we last checked.
Well, we'll check back in with Seth DeMerchant in a bit. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with more of the Majors World 600 being led by the 157, still more than half the race to go.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12-Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's the Majors World 600 with Seth DeMerchant leading the way. Rest of the top five has Christian Challoner, Tom Abramitis, Matthew Thunhorst, and Brenton Foster rounding them out. We did have another stop during that break. Eric Smith, who has been on a bit of an unorthodox strategy for much of this race, did about 50 more laps before he decided that was enough this time and pitted in. So he is now a lap down and hoping that the timing will work out for them. There you see in the 32. We're keeping an eye on him just because he is one of the few that's got kind of a strange one, and it's still hard to tell who's got the right strategy, Adam. We've seen a few that are close on strategy, but then we got stuff like Eric here that are just kind of an oddball.
Yeah, Eric's strategy was necessitated by his location where he was on his strategy during the caution period, because he was one of the first drivers to take a pit stop. So looks like Nathan Dowd has come to the pit lane as well. But one of the drivers who's going to be coming in to visit us next is going to be Ryan Steele, who's one lap down. But then it's going to be Seth DeMerchant, who is currently leading this race. He's 43 laps into his stint. Christian Challoner and Tom Abramitis, who are 40 laps into their stints, with Matthew Thunhorst 42 laps into his. So realistically, the top seven are all on the same strategy. Daniel B. Johnson's the one out there who's been out there the longest right now. 63 laps on his stint, DJ.
Yeah, he's definitely pulling it out there, and we've seen distances as long as 73 laps on a stint. That's what Brenton Foster did the last time out, so they can certainly stretch it. And remember, as we talked about at the beginning of the race, this is definitely fuel limited this is definitely tire limited as opposed to fuel limited pit stops.
And Daniel Johnson has decided that that's far enough. He's going to pit in this time as he announces it over the radio. Still watching our leader in the 157, who is going to carry on. He's on lap 44 of his pit stop. But here is Daniel Johnson. Let's see what a pit stop looks like from NVR.
Pit stop looks like a cozy drive, and then probably an adjustment in your seating position, if I had to guess, unless he's super comfortable. But usually I adjust my seating position a little bit. He's looking like he's making a little bit of adjustments there. Yeah, pretty relaxed. Hands up on the steering, on his wheelbase, and just letting that thing rest around. Just kind of take a moment to relax, clear your mind a little bit. You can be a little distracted, but hands on the shifter again, so he gets ready to drop off the jacks and get going. Now off the jacks, in gear, he's going to power away.
All right, nicely done by Daniel Johnson. Regular stop with 4 tires. He'll come out in what looks like 13th or 14th position as he gets back up to speed, slowly but surely. So now we've got, for our top 9, about, it looks like, mostly 10 to maybe 15 more laps for most of them before we should see the rest of the field start to pit in. Jason Wallet is due for one. He's on lap 53 right now, so expect the number 114 car to be pitting in relatively soon. However, he's 2 laps down and a little bit out of the serious running at this stage.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that plays out there for him. Waiting to see. I've got to imagine here that these leaders, looking at specifically what Foster was able to do on that last run, are going to try to stretch this out as long as possible. And it's not really like at this point that we're going to have a problem like we had on the last pit stop run, where drivers are going to be prevented from coming down pit lane, as they're all running in pretty clean air here at this point, Joe.
Certainly looks like it. And they're dealing with a lot of lap traffic, though. There's so many different strategies going on. You have to be aware of that situation as you race and run close to other people. I wonder if we could get, because usually Mike Willett, the organizer of this series, is sitting and watching or listening. Mike, if you're out there, I'm curious what the stats are on the fewest cautions in one of the majors World 600s. If maybe we can be close to that stat here, because so far, a single yellow in 177 laps is pretty stunning.
Yeah, it very much is, and not too many cautions in the international region either, which, to be honest, is a little bit of a surprise, mostly because the international region tends to struggle a little bit with the ovals, but the drivers really did their homework and their practice this time around, and they had a phenomenal race earlier this weekend. Yesterday it was for us, so a good race for them for sure, as Justin Kirby spins it trying to come to pit road.
Not the first, maybe won't be the last. Doesn't get an unsafe pit entry on this one, though, as he spun before the cones. Thankfully, was not in front of anybody, so the stewards decided that wasn't worth throwing the yellow. Let's take a look. Yeah, you can see he was close to someone.
That was close to the wall, Joe. He almost hit that tire barrier on the inside.
Yeah, that was the really lucky part. It was Wayne Hutchison behind him who
he didn't want to come. He had a blowout too, I think, Joe.
Oh, wow.
And he's just trying to save the car, and
Okay, 58 is going to be able to at least get back out on track, but with quite a bit of lost time. Matthew Thunhorst is now in. The 98 pits. We have 6 cars left on the lead lap. You know, honestly, DJ, I'm not too greatly shocked by the international region doing pretty well with these cars. If ever there was an oval car that I would compare to the Australian supercars, I'd say these 87 Cup cars are pretty close.
I think you're about right in that assessment, Joe, as we have our leader, Seth the Merchant, coming down pit lane right now. But yeah, in the way that they handle, in the way that it is just a lot of horsepower going through that rear axle, and you're really trying to wrestle at every corner as you go, it is pretty darn similar. I think the Merchant actually came to rest there in his box nice and cleanly. It looked like it could have been a little bit messy, but that is going to give the lead of the race back over to Christian Challoner.
Yep.
Something interesting to note, Joe, is that we've had 3 blowouts today, and all of them have happened on the exit of turn 4. And 2 of them have occurred with the driver having the blowout and then managing to scramble it down to pit road. So, just something to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder if it's more maybe to do with the entry into 3, because it seems like it often starts into the corner and they're trying to catch it desperately, and then finally they get to the exit and there's no saving it anymore after that. But there you see Challoner, the current reigning champion, with the number 1 on his car, 7.5 seconds ahead of Tom Abramitis. He leads the remaining 5 that are still left on the lead lap, but all still need pit stops. The one with the fewest laps on his tires is Brenton Foster, who went the longest last time out.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Foster can make that repeat. And remember, he lost a little bit of time when he did it on the latter part of the run. Foster able to pull that out for 73 laps on the last run. So he looks like he's got about 23 laps to go, and we'll have to see what they do.
I mean, if he chooses to go that far again is the big question. But not anticipating the others doing so.
Wow, a 31.8 from Seth DeMerchant that time around. Not the fastest lap of the race, but a pretty fast lap for him on his first lap. He's definitely trying to put more time between himself and the rest of those Mega Racing Team drivers.
And he is definitely the highest driver to have taken the most recent stop. There are a few ahead of him that are a lap down, but still need to take pit stops. Halleck, Hill. It looks like, those are the only 2 in front of him, it appears. As after that, you get to Kurt Crum, who's still on the lead lap, about 25 seconds behind Christian Challoner. So he actually could get lapped himself just on merit, not based on pit strategy, the way things are going currently. But none of our leaders have pitted in this time by. They all seem to be staying out yet again. Oh my goodness, man. DeMerchant is a rocket ship right now. He is flying by cars that still need new tires.
Yeah, it really and truly is, Joe, and it just goes to show you just how important it is to be able to get on that fresh rubber as you get out and running. Looking here to try to get a lap back from Tom Abramitis.
So, will we get...
We have a very interesting thing to report. Matt Danson's DNF was due to an emergency of the best kind. Mrs. Danson let him know it was go time for baby Danson, so...
Oh!
That is why he had to DNF.
I hope we get an update on how the mother and child are after the birth. Definitely keep us up to date, Matt, and best of luck and well wishes to your family. That is, I'm trying to think if we've ever had that anybody announce that to us, that's the reason they quit a race, because I think that might be a first on GSRC.
I think it may be as well, Joe, and I got to tell you, I think that's about the best reason for a DNF we have ever heard here on the channel.
Oh boy. Well, meanwhile, his teammate is trying to get back onto the lead lap. DeMerchant is now trying to catch up to Kevin Hill, and that looks like that is going to be a short trip. It's less than a second between them, and he is chopping away at that gap every single corner of the track. Getting close to the halfway mark of the race as well. Nearly 300 miles that we'll have done pretty soon. Oh, and a lot of smoke. What was that?
I'm not sure. I need to go.
Wallet, maybe? Yeah, that was Jason Wallet. Had to catch the car. No yellow. The 114 with a miraculous save for the first time through 1 and 2. Everything's been happening on the other half of the track, but Wallet decided to give some love to the fans down on the opposite side.
And here he comes down into the corner, Joe, working his way down through, starts it up nice and easy, trying to take that middle lane. Just looks like a little bit too aggressive, trying to hold it in. The rear end doesn't want to hold it, and that is a good hold there from Jason Wallet, flirting with the apron as he goes.
I was going to say, catching the car as it transitions onto the flat is not easy, so Wallet deserves a pat on the back. He is in pit lane, though, in the meantime, trying to handle the repercussions, I'm sure, of smoking up those tires so badly. Meanwhile, we're watching the 21 on screen.
Halleck just made it past Kevin Hill. Kevin Hill's tires are gone. He's going to have a blowout, Joe. Kevin Hill in the 52. That car is an absolute disaster to drive right now. He's got to be real careful getting that thing back to pit road.
So let's see if he pits in this time. Does look like he's holding low. Is he going to slow it down? Yep, he's coming in.
Oh, that was the last lap he could possibly drive that thing around this track.
Down to now only 4 drivers left on the lead lap. Challenger, Abramitis, Foster, and Morton. And make that 3. Morton just pit in. You can see him in the background joining this bright green car of Kevin Hill.
All right, so we're going to have to see here what Mega Team does. Remember, Foster, the one we've been talking about all the time, making that mega run the last time out. He's going to have some information that he'll for sure be sharing with his team about how they were able to go on those tires. Maybe try to see what's going to happen here. I've got to imagine a little bit that if you are Mega Team Racing right now, that you are going to want to see a yellow flag come out, not only because it's going to trap everybody a lap down, but you want to be running as a team here, and running by yourself like this is just going to hurt this this powerhouse super group.
Coming down through turns 1 and 2 once again, as Christian Challenger attempts to put another lap on Eric Smith. Don't think Eric will be very happy about this one, but not much he can do. He's already a lap down, and he's not going to fight it. He's going to let it go. It's a case of what could have been for Eric. However, he'll get this back pretty shortly once we have Christian Challenger pitting in, along with Foster and Abramitis, of course.
Speaking of which, Abramitis just hits his box now. Clean entry into pit lane and clean into the box as well. So Challenger and Foster, the last ones out there for the Mega Racing Team drivers, and Foster into the pits. So that leaves Challenger as the longest runner, 64 laps right now. Halleck 65. So those two really the last long runners right now, and Challenger the only one on the lead lap.
Bit surprised to see Foster come in a little bit earlier this time. I guess maybe he didn't like the experience or felt like he didn't gain as much as he would have liked through going long. Whatever the case, he has changed it up slightly, and now it's Challenger who is going to remain out the most of anybody on this stint. And he just announced he's going to be pitting in. I take that back. Brian Halleck is still out there. He's on 66 laps, so he's going the longest.
Yeah, he's going to push that out there. Challenger coming down pit lane right now. We're going to have to see where he and Seth DeMerchant shake themselves out here. And remember, when Challenger comes out, we've seen some drivers being able to put in some pretty stellar laps directly after coming into pit lane. Now, the question's going to be is if Challenger wants to make that push, try to use up a little bit of rubber earlier on, or if he wants to just hold back and keep running consistent lap times and see how long he can stretch out this stop.
So looks like that'll finally give DeMerchant the lead lap back while Challenger takes his fuel and tires. Foster gets a lap back. Thunhorst, Abramitis. Halleck is in on the same lap with him, so he's going to stay trapped a lap down, unfortunately. Where is DeMerchant going to come around? Challenger's just moving, and Seth is easily past him.
The gap before they came in was Challenger 3 seconds behind DeMerchant. As they exit pit lane, Challenger's not even up to speed, and it's already over 3.5. So DeMerchant doing his thing. He's found a strategy to break the back of this Mega Team Racing group, and he's trying to make it work. But a battle for the fourth position between Thunhorst and Abramitis. This is for position right now. Abramitis going past Thunhorst, who's on 15 lap older tires.
Yeah, I don't think there's much that the 98 really could have done in that situation. Tom easily blitzing past him. We do have a fight for some of the lap down cars. Hutchison, Halleck, and Hill vying for the 11th position. And it looks like Hutchison is going to be the sitting duck in that one because Halleck and Hill have significantly fresher tires, about 20 laps for both of them.
Yeah, and once again, it is that battle of the tires here that is coming out to play. I think for a lot of these drivers that are stretching themselves out, as we get a little bit of an answer there of what Christian Challenger is going to do. He is putting in some fast times here. And Joe, that gap coming down when they came in, remember that was hovering at about 2 to 3 seconds there between DeMerchant and Challenger. It's now down to 1.4.
Yeah, I don't foresee Seth having much ability to try and retain Christian behind him. We're just about at that halfway point. So if we have a complete repeat of what we just saw, that could be a tight finish. There we go. Just ticked off to lap 200 now. Who's going to lead the 300th mile of this race as we watch the battle towards the pack? And there is Christian Challenger gaining now within a second of Seth DeMerchant. This will mean nothing in terms of points, but maybe a little bit of pride and maybe a hint of what strategy is the working strategy here. Halfway point is going to be led by Seth DeMerchant, but not by much. It is scant considering the length of time we've gone.
Seth DeMerchant with only 2/10 ahead of Christian Challenger, who is lapping 8/10 faster per lap. There's not much that DeMerchant can do right now. He's just got to run his own race and hope that Christian wears out his stuff as DeMerchant breaks early for 3 and 4, allowing Challenger to dive in ahead. And look at the extra grip that Challenger has powering away from DeMerchant. Now let's see what Challenger does here. Does he back off and pace himself off of the pace of DeMerchant? Or does he continue to push out front and try and pull a gap on DeMerchant as DeMerchant has done to him in the last stint?
I got to think he's got to pull a gap now. He's got the speed, so he needs to try and make hay while the sun shines. But let's have a moment while we check in on our drivers since we've hit that mark in the race. And we'll start, of course, with Christian here up at the front. He had the pole position, which you'd kind of expect. He's a former black stripe here on iRacing, running professionally. But the Mega Racing Team driver is looking to take yet another championship, the winningest driver in the Majors history, looking to add to that tally. He's followed by Seth DeMerchant, who has come in and shook things up. But the strategy right now is not working for him as he's lost the lead after the fresher tires have allowed Christian to easily blow by. But there's still half the race left to go. We don't know if this is the winning strategy or not. Brenton Foster, been a bit of a mystery there. At times he's looked very quick. At times he's pulled very long stints. And then at times he just kind of runs an average stint. Not sure what exactly he's trying. It's put him into third place, and he's almost a full 10 seconds behind our leaders. So he's going to have to hustle or hope that we get our second caution here soon. Tom Abramitis, I would have put him as potentially one to threaten guys like Challenger and DeMerchant, but later in the race, for some reason, it's fallen apart. He's even off the podium now here in that number 20 car, and he's got to make up almost 2 seconds just to catch up to his teammate, Brenton Foster. We'll see if there's something left in that Mega Racing Team machine. You go to fifth, and it is Matthew Thunhorst, the first to wave the flag for Forge Racing, and is almost getting to the point where he might get lapped at some point in this race. He's already 17 seconds behind Christian Challenger. For the first half of the race, he was actually holding on pretty well with the main group up at the front, but that seems to have fallen apart for him. Eric Smith, one of the weirdest strategies we've seen, and definitely trying to go long at one point, then suddenly found himself a lap down. He's long in it right now, 39 laps in, so expect him to be one of the first to pit when we start to hit that next cycle. But we have no idea how this will work out for him, especially if it does stay green. Then we get to seventh. It is going to be Nathan Dowd, who has been, I wouldn't say quiet, but we haven't really seen fireworks out of him. He's had some great fights. In fact, he's got one right now, DJ, with the car behind him.
Yes, indeed, and that is going to be the 8th place machine of Justin Morton, the VR user, as he runs for Forge Racing, trying to be able to hold on to the back as they run. Morton, the last car on the lead lap right now, and trying to just push his way forward here past the 147. Behind Justin Morton, we come to Kurt Crum in the number 07 machine. He's got a prime view of this battle taking place in front of him as he runs around another one of the Forge Racing drivers. He was up towards the pointy end of the field early on in this race when we were talking about Forge versus Mega, but he's found himself falling down the order a little bit courtesy of some of that pit strategy and the outright pace. Behind him, back in 10th place, it is Daniel Johnson, another one of our VR users, as he runs around right now for Kinetic. He's had some pretty good runs here, but he's also looked a little bit out of sorts, trying to keep those tires up underneath him on the 023. We're going to have to see how he continues to play everything out. Behind Daniel Johnson is Kevin Hill in the number 52, the Evolved Sim Sports driver, who runs in 11th place right now. He's about 5 seconds off the back of Daniel Johnson, hoping to be able to gain in a little bit as they run. Behind him is going to be in 12th place, the number 21 machine. That is Brian Halleck, another one of the Forge Racing drivers. We talked a couple of times over the course of this race. Forge just really hasn't had luck fall their way quite this season, and he'll be hoping for a little bit more luck to try to push his way further up through the field. Behind Brian in 13th is Wayne Hutchinson, and this is a relatively close battle as they give and take here right now. Only a couple of tenths of a second separating himself from the rest of the drivers around him, so Wayne's going to be trying to hold on a little bit as they go. And then back in 14th place, that's going to be Ryan Steele, the Dog Bear Red driver, holding on right now, a lap down as they go, and that is going to run us through the next 7 there, Christian.
Yeah,
sorry, Adam.
No problem. We were keeping our eyes on Christian as he was having some issues with Justin Morton and Nathan Dowd. But going back, spot from Ryan Steele is Brian Barnes. Barnes has had a little bit of a storied race this race, and he is the first car 2 laps down, and he's 29 seconds behind Ryan Steele, and he's going to actually be our next one to pit on 57 lap old tires, 58 lap old tires now for those drivers for sure. So he's got some, he's owes us a pit stop at this point in the race, down in 15th position. But 11 seconds back of him is Lynn Kinchlow. Lynn Kinchlow just falling afoul of some of those cautions early on in the race, falling back into that 16th position. Really has not been able to push his way forward either. He is only 15 laps into his stint at the moment. Then we go back to Justin Kirby. Justin Kirby, one of our drivers who has had a spin, had a blowout and a spin coming to pit road, managed to avoid catching a penalty, but is just now coming out in the 17th position after having that unfortunate incident. So this is his first stint since that moment happened. So falling back in the order quite a bit. Behind him in 18th position, Jeff Schmeier. Haven't talked about Jeff that much this race, but Jeff has been quietly plugging away at the back of the field. Unfortunately, he was falling afoul of a couple of the incidents that have happened earlier on. I can report Brian Barnes is spinning his way to pit lane right now, manages to keep it going straight, but gave a nice drift show for the crew. And then down to Jason Wallet in 19th position, 4 laps down. Wallet has had some nice alternative strategy attempts, but unfortunately they have set him 4 laps down. So unfortunately just not in a good position for him in this race. The alternate strategy is just not working out. Then we got Brian McGreevy down in 20th position. Brian McGreevy, the last of your running drivers right now. The number 68, 6 laps down after falling afoul of a couple of penalties that have set him back that far. And then on pit road right now is Brent Kirby. He's been there for 3 minutes and 23 seconds for a mechanical issue. Out of the race right now, Aaron Roofs, Matt Danson, and Rob Powers.
There's your through the fields. As that was happening, Christian Challoner had an interesting episode which finally resolved itself. You can see him ahead of Justin Morton and Nathan Dowd. Now, those are lap down cars. You might not think much about that, but those two were fighting tooth and nail lap after lap. They were side by side, and Challoner had nowhere to go. He didn't lose too much time to Seth DeMerchant, but I kind of wonder if that was a little bit nerve-wracking. I know it certainly wouldn't sit well with me because he was kind of in the danger zone.
Yeah, indeed, and that is not what you really want to be seeing here for Challoner, as he is just trying to stretch that lead a little bit over Seth DeMerchant as they run, and I think Challoner probably a little bit worried about that running. He's going to be very, very happy to be clear, and Joe, this is the point in the race we're really going to be starting to talk about that lap traffic, starting to talk about more and more of those lap cars, and as battles continue to play themselves out, we're going to have to see what happens for some of our leaders. Gotta hope that they don't get collected.
Also looking through, one thing that we need to mention on DeMerchant, because it's not a name that I'm super familiar with. I checked on his starts. He's only had 2 major starts in his whole career in the majors. So a bit of a newcomer there, but very clearly a quick one who is going to try and see if he can upset the status quo of our usual front runners, and he's got a little work to do on it. As you mentioned, about 4 seconds now. It was 3.5 up to Challoner, but it looks like that now that Challoner is freed up, he's able to run away. We're watching from Dowd in the meantime as he tries to keep up with Justin Morton. The two of them don't seem to be the best of friends based on what we could hear on the radio.
And speaking of that status quo with Mega Racing Team currently leading this team's championship by quite a few points, I've heard some grumblings that, that Mega Racing Team, comes in and starts sweeping things like it's easy, and that makes it seem like the level of competition here in the major series is not excellent. We have had black stripe drivers come in and struggle to get top 10s in the major series. That just goes to show the amount of preparation and effort that the Mega Racing Team is putting in to doing these races and doing it well as a team. So, it's nothing taking away from the Major Series, but just goes to show the level of commitment and effort from that Mega Racing team.
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head there. The fact that preparation is a big part of it. You consider as more drivers seem to be struggling to get into pit lane cleanly.
Wayne Hutchison, and he was actually exiting the pits.
Oh. Yeah, so no, on screen we saw some smoke on coming off of turn 4, but yeah, this is a completely separate incident here that we're seeing the results of in the 17 car. Spun off of the racing line, did hit the wall, but is continuing to stay on the apron just to try and stay out of everybody's way, I think, until either he gets back to pit lane or he can get up to speed. He's going to try and get up to speed as he stays out. Yeah, the car looks okay from these camera shots, so I don't think he got too much damage.
Yeah, I don't think he did either there, Joe, but I gotta say, I love that of him staying down to the low side there to just kind of keep out of the way and try to run as clean as possible. Focusing here on a nice little battle that we've got is Tom Abramitis trying to work his way a little bit on his teammate here of Foster.
Absolutely, and on to the front stretch as they fight for some of the farther down positions. Wallet and Brian Barnes just behind Tom Abramitis. I was going to say before we got interrupted by the action there from Hutchison, let's take a look at the quality and the type of drivers that are on that Mega Racing team. You've got Christian Challoner, former Black Stripe, actual iRacing employee who creates the setups, many of the setups for iRacing, so really knows his stuff. Definitely a tool that you want to have on this team, and multi-time champion, of course, in the majors. Nick Ottinger, who we mentioned is not here, has taken his wins and shown up ready to roll in the majors. Also a Black Stripe currently in the Coke Series on iRacing. Tom Abramitis, he's got a 4.5K I rating, clearly knows how to run fast here, and is no slouch on that one. Now, I'm not as familiar with Brenton Foster. Do either of you guys know some of his stats? Because I was a bit surprised to look at his I rating, and it's only 2,500.
Well, I do know that Abramitis is also a vehicle engineer for iRacing, so I would expect that Foster would probably be in a similar boat. It's a team of iRacing employees, and it's funny to say this because a lot of people think that, that they just make their sim, they don't drive it. This team is proving that they definitely do, and they're worth their salt.
We definitely have a few contacts and friends within iRacing itself here at GSRC, and the consensus I have heard from inside the house is that there are two types of drivers at iRacing. There are those that are dead slow, and then there are those that are abnormally fast and aliens. So I think these are the aliens that have showed up to race in the majors.
I think you're right there, Joe, and certainly proving their mettle as they go. And by the way, looking back, just to change it around there a little bit, the driver's currently in second. Seth is a little bit unreal as a driver as he runs an 8K I rating on oval. I can't even dream of running that good of a rating.
I've never even reached half that number on iRacing. I've never cracked 4,000.
To be honest, I've never cracked a quarter of that.
Yeah, that is extreme talent when you get to that level, as we are watching Abramitis here in that number 20. Now getting close to Brenton Foster. So the 23 car might have to hand this over to his teammate. Let me take a look at the lap times here. 32.8s, 32.7 for Foster. Abramitis 32.8s, 32.7s. Pretty evenly paced between them, actually, right now. But Abramitis, the last two laps, was about a tenth quicker. So it looks like he might be able to do something to ease by him, as it looks like, as we expected. Eric Smith is one of the first in the front group to pit in, and he's in now.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, coming down the pits, Eric Smith. He's got that alternate strategy that was working for him earlier, unfortunately not working for him now. He hits the lane and goes a lap down to our leaders, unfortunately. So Eric Smith he played a strategy play. He went for that alternate strategy. He's got his boxer short boys in the in the in the pit lane, which we can't quite see, tucked in behind those of Christian Challenger. But trust me, they're there. might see it a little bit later.
Yeah, for those wondering what we're talking about, we'll see if we can get a camera shot of them. But you can not only paint your car in iRacing, you can actually paint the race suits of your pit crew and yourself. And he has decided that his pit crew should be out in their skivvies here in the summer in North Carolina. So they've got...
He's right.
Yeah. He's got his boxers on, and he's painted the rest of the suit to look like skin, which is actually slightly disturbing if you take a closer look at it. But from far away, it's pretty funny to look at.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those little things on iRacing that certainly can bring a little levity to the service as they run. So kind of always love to see that from the drivers, although it was a little bit startling when we first noticed it.
Daniel Johnson is in. Did he have a spin in as well? Oh, not quite a spin, but the car got wobbly. He caught it in the end.
He locked up the rears right as he entered and did a little bit of a fishtail down the lane. That's going to lose him about 7 seconds, probably, is my guess. But fortunately, still going.
Yeah, just keep swimming, and he wants to get to at least the checkered flag, no doubt. Also, I do want to give a little bit of love to our director here this evening, Ryan Bauer, who's pointed out that he used to be a black stripe on iRacing as well. So, got to give credit where credit is due. As I think, have we hit sunset now? Actually, it is
10
past
minutes
8 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, 8:30 is our official sunset time. It is now 8:18 virtual standard time for these drivers. But it is officially, the sun has officially set on Charlotte Motor Speedway, even if the sun has not set over the horizon yet.
Yeah, you can see how dark it's gotten, but the lights are on, and they are illuminating the track there. You can see them to the inside. In fact, this is one of the things I do love about iRacing, especially these old 87 Cup cars. When the lights will start to shine off of them, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, it really and truly does, Joe. And as we saw that shot there of Foster and Abramitis coming through, I also love the detail that iRacing has been able to put on the surface of all the rubber that gets picked up on the front grills of these cars. It really adds a level of realism to everything that just, it makes it so immersive.
And DJ, it's one of those things I think about. The phrase "death by 1,000 cuts." Well, honestly, it's life by 1,000 small, tiny gifts in iRacing. Every patch we get a little bit more realism. This last one we got the tire graining that was added to the service, and it's just those little things that add up. The tire, the marbles on the side of the track, the day-night cycle. I mean, we just added screen space ambient occlusion that makes everything glow a little bit more and blend the colors a little bit more on screen. Every update adds a little bit more. And if you come back to this service, if you take a break for about a year and you come back to the service, it'll feel like a whole new experience to you a lot of the time.
Well, we've been watching this for quite some time now, and the 20 has been eking forward. I said it was maybe about a tenth of time, and that's about what it's looked like here between Abramitis and Foster. Once he catches the back of him, will the 23 give it up, though? Or will he fight it? They are, man, boy, these stints have been going by very fast. DeMerchants is on lap 54, I just realized, and Matthew Thunderhorst is on lap 56. Brian Steele lap 63 himself. So we should see another round of pit stops pretty soon.
Yeah, we should indeed, Joe. And as that time comes closer and closer, this is going to be the part of the race where I think we may enter ourselves into a little bit of a danger zone here. The changing conditions, it's dropped down to 84 degrees Fahrenheit out on track right now. And I think when drivers come out of the pits, we saw that spin coming off the pit lane last time. Drivers are not going to be sure how these cars are going to feel coming back out onto a cooler track. And that's going to change things up.
Yeah, it's open setup here in the Major Series, and if you know your stuff about what you like in a setup for day versus night, now is the time to make those adjustments, because this transition's happening fairly quickly. The track's still pretty warm out there, 84 degrees still on the track. It has not dropped. Really, it's only dropped 1 degree since we last checked, but that's gonna start to change now that we don't have direct sunlight on the track right now.
Certainly is. They are still pounding around, though, so the drivers are putting heat into it, but that can only do so much compared to the power of the sun. If you're just joining us, though, and you hear us talking about the cars pounding around the track, there has been a single caution in this race. It is absolutely unbelievable, and it's not due to a lack of incidents out there. We've had a number of spins, but just never seems to be on the racing line proper. This is definitely different from what we were expecting out of the Cup cars at such a long and grueling race. But that said, I bring up the endurance side of it. Will drivers find themselves start to get a little weary? Will the focus go away? And will the sharpness of their driving become sort of sloppy?
Well, Joe, I mean, Adam brought up a little bit earlier the direct drive wheels that a lot of these drivers are running with. And so you really get a twofold attack when it comes to weariness. It is both that mental fatigue of running out here for what is over 2 hours at this point, and that really starts to drain your brain a little bit. But it's also a big problem when it comes to actual arm weariness, is you get a lot of rough running in your arms and shoulders, and it can really start to wear you out.
We're getting someone who looks like they might be going for the 73 lap stint again. Ryan Steele is out there on lap 67 right now. I would love to know if any of the crew chiefs watching. Oh, it's a merchant. Oh,
in the marbles. He's slow. I think he might need to come to pit road now.
He's on lap 59, so it is late in the stint.
Oh.
That's an early blowout if that's the case.
It's blowing out for sure. That thing is very wobbly. He's got to try and get it to pit road, and he's struggling.
Turns it down in, slams on the brakes, and he's down to the speed limit in time. Wow, that was a lot earlier than I expected out of Seth, if that's when the car went. But if any of the crew chiefs are watching or listening to the broadcast, let us know what the percentage left on the tire is, because I'm very curious if we are getting down to zero for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, Bob Beltrami, we know you're in the session. If you want to give us a little hint towards that, that'd be awesome. Bob Beltrami, a longtime Legends runner here in the Major Series.
I'm glad you brought up Beltrami, because this, I'm going to bring a little bit of a meme into it. Name a more iconic duo, the Salami and the Popsicle Man out there racing together. That makes me extremely happy as a longtime fan and commentator on the Majors series, as they've kind of been familiar faces to us since pretty much the beginning.
And for those not familiar, that's Brian Barnes and his crew chief / spotter, Bob Beltrami.
So still line astern between Abramitis and Foster, now promoted up into second place. Where did our Seth friend wind up? Trying to find him. He is in sixth. He didn't lose all that much in that pit stop. Granted, that looked like a two-tire stop.
Yeah, I think it was, Joe, and we've seen that strategy play itself out over as they run. And Adam, I think you've got some information here from one of the other series, from one of the other regions, about just how much tire wear is going on around this circuit.
Yeah, one of the other drivers from one of the other regions said he did a 68 lap run and had 2% left on his right rear. So we're definitely getting blowouts around here, let me tell you.
Well, if it's the right rear, I would think that would be an almost immediate spin. I'm kind of surprised that they're able to drive it back in if they're blowing out the right rear.
Well, these tires aren't built in the same way that they are nowadays. These things take a little bit longer to go. It's not the same instantaneous spin, and we're not doing the speeds that we do at Daytona. At Daytona, I mean, we remember that flip over that we saw from back in the day. I believe it was Dale Jarrett blew out in front of the whole field and flipped over everybody. But yeah, we're not doing the speeds like they were then. We're only topping out around 170, 180 going into the corners. So definitely not the 215, 220 that they were running at Daytona back then.
Yeah, no doubt. And let's see, no pit in this time. Lap 50 plus for Abramitis and Foster. Christian Challoner still getting to that as he went a little bit longer last time by. We only have those three Mega Team Racing drivers on the lead lap right now. Justin Morton's trying to get his back, and he's actually not even pitted yet. DeMerchant also trying to get his back. Now, this is what we saw last time as well, DJ, where Seth pitted before Christian. pulled himself a bit of a lead, but then Christian easily went back by.
Yeah, and we could see that same thing play itself out here as time winds itself down. I think for Seth, what he's just got to focus on here is running some very, very clean laps here and not trying to overuse those tires. He's probably going to want to stretch as much as humanly possible on this next stint, or maybe hope for a yellow here to come out after Christian's come down pit lane, maybe bunch everything else back up.
This really is looking like an old school NASCAR race with only 3 cars on the lead lap right now, as they didn't have the frequent cautions that we do now, and of course, intentional cautions that they throw for the various sectors in the race. But the 20 car, the last one on the lead lap, is about 11 seconds behind Christian Challenger, so he's still got some gap behind. We should see about 4 left once Seth gets back on the same lap as Christian and them, when we get these 3 mega drivers pitting in. But 250 laps into this thing, and still the single caution that we have had during this race. Who else is looking likely to be pitting in? Kurt Crumb's on lap 62, it looks like, so he should probably be down the lane. Lynn Kinchlow just came in now. He's 3 laps down, though. He's had a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, an interesting thing to note, thinking about what DJ was saying about those direct drive wheels, I remember watching Robert Wicken's streams when he jumped on to do streaming for a while before he got back into sports cars. And he was saying that when he's driving direct drive, he's like, why should I deal with the pain that I deal with in an Indy car? On the ovals, he would turn down the wheel so that he wouldn't get worn out over long races like the Indy 500. And so I would expect that some drivers are doing that, but other drivers like the realism and like the struggle. So we often see them just run the high force feedback and just grin and bear it, but that can work against you in a long race like this.
Try to recall, have we mentioned that we lost Justin Kirby? Both Justin Kirby and Brent Kirby are now out of this race, so we're down to 19. In the meantime, Brian McGreevy, the last one out there.
And Justin Kirby hit the wall on the exit of 1 and 2. It's collected enough damage that he had to come to pit road, and he decided to call it a day.
Kurt Crum just pitted. He'll give up some spots to a few drivers that are going to be in themselves. Kevin Hill on lap 59, Brian Halleck on lap 54. You can see the left side's going up. And Christian Challenger saying he is pitting in after 55 laps.
All right, a little bit of interesting strategy starting to play itself out, Joe. I wonder if drivers are starting to think about counting backwards here at this point with as clean and green as we've been running. It would seem relatively understandable here that we would see maybe 2 more rounds of pit stops around the 300 and 350 mark.
The other thing is, too, Challenger's taking his 4th pit stop of the day on lap 252. So that means he's got 7 sets left, I believe, after this pit stop.
Plenty for late race cautions.
Yeah, so if they start narrowing down the stints, it might be a case that they feel like it's quicker to do shorter stints since they know they've got the tires, and we've seen the complexion of this race.
Well, it wasn't a short stint for him, as we had a spin from, I believe, Kevin Hill as he was trying to get to pit lane, but he managed to do it before hitting the pit lane entry, so he won't get a speeding penalty either. He joins the long list of drivers who have done that. But it wasn't actually a short stint that limited Christian Challenger. It looked like he was starting to deal with a little bit of a blowout situation too as he was entering pit lane, so tire limited again.
Interesting. But, I mean, is he running quicker maybe? I'm double checking.
You do get more wear when it gets darker and the track gets cooler and you've got more grip. So that's something that the drivers have to keep in mind.
So that might be the explanation then. So Hill taking tires. Looks like Foster and Abramitis should be the next ones. They're at 60 and 61 laps. Halleck also on lap 57 of his stint. Other than that, we'll have to wait a few more laps before we get anybody else pitting in. So Foster inherits the lead for a little while. Challenger did come out ahead of DeMerchant for what it's worth. which is a bit surprising if I'm honest. I thought that Seth would once again be ahead of him and that Christian would have to go back around once again. But it seems like this strategy for the 157 is kind of falling apart a little bit.
Yeah, it really is, Joe. I mean, look at that gap there between Challenger and DeMerchant as they run. It's about 6.5 seconds as they go right now. And so that is a pretty sizable margin. And remember, Challenger's got fresh rubber on that car. This is the time when we've seen Challenger catch back up to DeMerchant, not the opposite way around.
So fans of Seth are probably a little bit concerned at this stage. But we could still get things changing around if we do get another yellow before this is over. We're on board with Brian Halleck now. He's chasing on Matthew Thunhorst, but Thunhorst has recently pitted in comparison to Halleck, who is on lap 59. But the Forge Racing driver decides not to pit in. He's going to carry around for lap 60.
And guys, I'm having like a lightning bolt memory of a race tran from a Coke 600 back in the 2000s, where Larry Mack talked about how the rubber on the track changes when the sun goes down and you're not getting that direct sunlight on it. It goes from having this like glistening sheen on it that comes from, oh, sorry, a spin from Jess Schmeier up ahead. He manages to hang on to it, but he's gonna just stay on track. Now he's gonna hit pit road. Well, as with most race trends, this one gets interrupted.
He is unfortunately a little bit too fast in there, so that's definitely going to be a penalty. He was still 60 miles an hour while he was trying to slow down. So he'll serve an extra long one, probably go a couple more laps down. Brian McGreevy, who I did mention a little bit earlier, is the farthest down still running, is actually 6 laps down from the leader, but gets the Dory Award right now for carrying on and trying to keep swimming out there today. Foster, well, farther ahead from Abramitis than what he was before. Was there a mistake from Tom? Or what happened here?
I'm looking there. I don't think it was. I think it was just a little bit of lap traffic, maybe the 12 pulling a little bit as they ran. Ryan Steele able to get it around, but that got a little bit hairy there between the two, but they're able to avoid it, Joe.
And that's partly why I'm so surprised that we haven't got another caution, is when you have mixed strategies, Adam, that often causes a lot of issues between drivers with different handling cars and different pace. But they've managed it beautifully up to this point.
Yeah, they have. Abramitis coming into the pits himself, so I think Abramitis is just dealing with his tires being done. So once again, the leader, well, Brenton Foster, who's leading this race, going the longest, 66 laps on this stint. That's a great stint for him. To finish the thought that I was having, when what Larry Mack gave credence to is that as the sun goes down, the track loses that sheen that it had when the sun was on it, and that actually lends way to having a more firmer rubber on the track that grips the tires more. And this gives you more grip, but also more tire wear, as the hot rubber actually grabs at the tire and can kind of tear the surface off of it if you slide across it if you're not careful. So that tends to be why we get more tire wear when it transitions to nighttime.
I'm going to guess that's graining that you're talking about. Is it?
Correct.
It tears,
yes.
Yeah. Huh. Well, that might explain why we are getting some more smoke. Another driver coming in. This time, that was Brian Halleck pitting in. Thankfully, did not spin the car. Man, Foster going for another long one. In fact, I think might be the only one here after the sun has gone down to do a 70-lap stint. Let's see if he keeps going past these next 2 laps.
We're going to have to see, and I've got to think here that some of these lap cars that he is working his way around right now are going to be slowing him down a little bit, Joe.
Nope, he's in.
There it is. He's coming on down.
Didn't quite hit 70 as he doesn't speed, thankfully. Challenger, though, is already back on the lead lap, and he is going to actually get quite a bit over Foster here. Challenger only took 2 tires, though.
Oh.
So did Seth, but Abramitis took 4.
But look at the gap between Seth and Challenger. 10 seconds now. Challenger's been on a tear since getting those tires. He's doing 32 4s, and over the last couple, my goodness, he was in 31 9s for the first 4 laps of his stint. So he definitely is not concerned about the extra tire wear from the cold temperatures. He's utilizing the extra grip you get from it. And the reality is that if you run times like you were running in the heat, then you can often actually get longer life out of the tires, but it's because you get extra grip when the sun goes down that you actually get that extra wear. And so Christian Challenger just deciding speed's going to be his friend, and he's not concerned about the tire life, especially considering the fact that we could make it to the end on just 3 more stops.
Despite 3 more laps on older rubber for Brenton Foster, he's come out ahead of Abramitis, which was as they were. I would have expected Tom to cruise past him as he was exiting pit lane, but no, seems Abramitis either didn't have fast exit laps, or maybe Foster really was making those tires last pretty well. So your order now that most of the pit stops are done is Challenger, DeMerchant, Foster, Abramitis, and Thunhorst, your top 5.
Well, the answer's in the stopwatch, Joe. 2 seconds faster on pit lane for Foster over Abramitis, and that's all in the pit stop time. Sorry, 3 seconds faster. So I believe that Foster took less fuel than Abramitis.
Interesting. Will this become not just a tire race, but maybe even a fuel race out here about who can get it to the end just right? Well, as we check in on a little, I don't think this is a battle for position here. I think this is just more lapped cars. This is Schmeier and Wallet. So it is for position, excuse me. Yeah, this is for 17th, so very far down, 5 laps down from our leaders, these two. But Schmeier still fighting to try and make up for his mistake, which he had coming into pit lane. That wound up being nearly a minute stationary for him. With the pit stops done, though, before we head into the next sequence, why don't we take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Less than 150 laps to go in this 600-mile race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We'll be back after a bit for more of the World 600. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're on lap 269 out here with Christian Challenger leading the way in the Majors World 600. He's got a 10.5-second lead over Seth Merchant with Brenton Foster, the last on the podium right now. So it is a Mega Racing Team 1-3 currently, but they also hold 3 of the top 4 right now out on track. It has basically been, I wouldn't say dominated by them this race, but very much heavily in their favor out there today.
Yeah, very much so, Joe, and it's a little bit of what we've seen over the course of the running of this entire season, that Mega has been the team to beat, with a couple of other drivers being able to eke their way up and forward. Christian Challenger currently controlling this race, about 11 seconds up in front as they run. But Seth DeMerchant, he looked pretty good early on, looked like he was going to have a shot to be able to run him down and be able to get himself forward. A little bit off here in this latest stint, but you never know. The independent driver, the 157, could have something up his sleeve in these closing 150 laps.
And DeMerchant knows how to win. He has won to his name in the pro races in the majors. I need to double check to see which one it is, because I don't have that stat immediately with me, but I do see that he has at least taken a victory in his 2 starts before. That's a pretty good strike rate, even if he does wind up in second place. This is shown that the 157, if he shows up in any other races, watch out for him.
Yeah, he's definitely got pace. I think the strategy is what has caught him out. He's got that 10-lap disadvantage to Christian Challoner. Ooh, that was a little tight coming off of the corner there with Ryan Steele, who's battling with, well, nobody actually. Those are all cars who are not related to each other on track, all duking it out for track position. But Seth DeMerchant has that 10-lap disadvantage to Christian Challoner on the pit stops. And so, unfortunately, where his pit cycle landed him was he came in right as the sun was setting. And so that meant that his first couple of laps were in the 32.5s and 32.7s, which is right where he's running right now. Whereas Christian Challoner, who came in 10 laps later, came in right as the sun had set, and his first laps were in the 31.9s, his first four, and then low 32.2s. So that means that just by nature of the time of day that Seth pitted, he lost time to Christian Challoner. Nothing to do with how fast he is as a driver, just how the track laid out for him with time frame.
Fascinating stuff. It's wild to see, especially considering since we started covering the majors, they have implemented a lot of things. They have implemented the dynamic track, the time of day, all kinds of things that early in the history of this series they didn't have to deal with. And now you really have to think about a million factors if you want to make the most of it.
Yeah, you certainly do, Joe. And as Adam said earlier, it's kind of one of the beautiful things about being a member of the iRacing service is you continue to go along. We continue to get more and more patches. It's these little quality of life things that just continue to improve the simulation as a whole. And every single time that we get one of those new patches, obviously there's the big flashy things like the new tracks and the new cars and things like that.
Wow.
That got a little close.
Yeah, that was the 32 of Eric Smith having a big catch. I wonder if we could get an onboard of what happened there, because the car just flicked suddenly, Adam. I know you were reacting the same thing I was there.
Yeah, our director clearly had seen something a little concerning about Eric, and so we've been watching him as DJ was commenting about iRacing's improvements. And here we go into the corner, loose on entry, and just had to catch it. That thing was loose all the way in, and that happens when the sun goes down. You get looser as the sun goes down, and so Eric's going to have to make an adjustment in pit lane if he wants to keep this thing going straight.
He's still sitting in sixth place, so it's not a bad job, frankly, from the 32 car, although he is down 3 spots from where he began this race. But the competition here in the majors is pretty steep, so a top 10 will be worth celebrating. Nathan Dowd, though, is the one that has gained the most out of anybody out there in the 147. He is up 10 positions in this race, although he is also a lap down.
Yeah, so plenty of drivers making up those good positions, but being a lap down, they're going to be praying a little bit for one of those cautions to come out here to maybe be able to get their laps back. Right now, the driver in that lucky dog position will be Matthew Thunhorst.
Joe, I'm concerned about Eric Smith. I don't think he's got a tire going down. He's only 51 laps into his stint, but he's having a hard time hanging on to that car in these corners. That thing is loose.
It really is. And heard DeMerchant say something. I'm trying to see if I can find any sort of drama for him that has happened.
His car's very loose. He's in the pits.
Oh.
38 laps. That's all he could do.
This is very strange.
Is he trying to work towards the end of the race? His car did look loose. I don't know. Are people not making the adjustments they need for the nighttime? Because they might be overwearing that right rear.
That could be. Whatever the case, he's now in his stall, taking right side. Smith now waving the white flag. He's going to come in and get his next set. So he is ducking down. And
2 tires for DeMerchant. Right sides only.
And, you know, we talk about the who's taken how many sets. We've mentioned how many pit stops, but that isn't the whole story. Unfortunately, I don't have in my notes here who took how many each time, which is definitely going to play into it, because the sets of tires, you don't waste a whole set if you only take 2. because in real life, you can't put the left side tires on the right-hand side of the car, obviously. Here in the sim, they just counted as 2 tires. You still have those 2 more, and you can put them on the right-hand side. That doesn't care which side you put them on. It still works. So there's a few drivers that actually have quite a few sets, maybe more than we anticipated.
Well, and Joe, I think that goes to show you that a lot of drivers are banking on a lot more yellows here over the course of this session, and not seeing that come out has really thrown strategy for a loop here. I think you've definitely got some drivers that were probably anticipating making some of those tire pressure changes, little bits of changes on the cars coming down pit lane with a few more yellows. As Seth the Merchant sets the fastest lap of the race, trying to hustle his way back up forward right now, but trying to see what exactly is going to happen here. And I think some of these drivers may not necessarily be used to running this long on green.
We've got our answer from the Peanut Gallery. Big thanks to Dan Stevens. Apparently Seth won the 2020 Coke 600. So this very race he won before. However, that was in the international region, which is not one that Christian Challoner has competed in full time. In fact, Christian is the only driver still to have won a championship in 2 different regions here in the majors, the European and the Americas.
Ironically, neither of those are the ones he lives in.
Christian?
Oh, no, sorry. You're talking about
I mean, I know Brexit was a thing, but I'm pretty sure it's England is still part of Europe, so I think he counts as European.
To try and save face here, Daniel B. Johnson has come to pit lanes after 52 laps, Wayne Hutchinson after 53, so these stints are starting to get shorter, guys.
Yeah, this is very strange, an interesting development, and definitely could have implications on the rest of the strategy for this race. So will we see more of these short stints? Already Christian Challoner's on lap 33, Thunhorst is on 44, so is Ryan Steele. So watch for them. We'll see if those drivers decide to come in. And the other thing, we touched on it a little bit earlier, Adam. We're starting to see some loose race cars. I do think the wear and tear on the mind and the bodies of these drivers is starting to take effect.
Well, let's be honest, not a lot of drivers are great at setup changes when it comes to making those adjustments during the race on iRacing. I know that I don't know that much about the car to make an adjustment that's drastic enough to change from as hot as it was to as cool as it's going to get. And I know that some other drivers are going to be struggling with that for sure. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that increases the risk of a caution, the fatigue and the looseness, as well as the extra tire wear. So things to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind, DJ, over the last 2 pit cycles, Bretton Foster and Time Abramitis have gone about 4 to 5 laps longer than Christian Challoner on those cycles. They now have a 10-lap advantage over Christian.
Yes, they do, and that could certainly play itself out. Remember, when we get into that final stint of the race and it becomes all push time, that could give them a little bit of an advantage to be able to push themselves forward and maybe try to challenge on the reigning champion for the lead of this race.
Well, we've also saw very few drivers pit and then return to unlap themselves. It seems like maybe the pit stops are just a little too long to try and get those lap backs. So maybe trying to extend it a little bit is what they're thinking there, is timing wise. If we get to the checkered flag and it does stay green, they've figured out, okay, this will put me ahead of Christian at the finish.
I mean, it really is just the 3 of them duking it out. They're the only ones on the lead lap. So they can absolutely start strategizing on how to beat each other instead of having to worry about the team game like they used to. So this is definitely a new strategy as Christian Challoner dealing with a little bit of lap traffic. First being Jason Wallet, and then the battle for 10th position between Brian Halleck and Kevin Hill. These two actually on the same lap, duking it out for who is going to be last on the 2 lap down runners, soon to be the first of the 3 lap down runners.
This has been a slog out there. Everybody has been working hard with few breaks, just coming in for pit stops to try and relax for a brief moment, other than a single caution earlier on. Getting close to the final quarter of this race now. Lap 300, and still so much to go to try and finish this one out. And we saw this earlier when Christian Challenger was behind battling cars. He tended to take his time. This time, though, they're not side by side. A little bit easier to try and find a lane. He gets one, and he gets two.
All right, that's going to make Christian smile a little bit, just being able to clear his way by. And as we sort of talked about earlier, this lap traffic and with the fatigue, with the hard running from some of these drivers, he's got to be very, very concerned coming up against a battle like this, that something could happen right in front of him and he would have nowhere to go.
In about 13 more minutes, we'll have been out here racing for 3 hours. This, I can't fathom being in these cars right now, and Lord help those that are maybe in an area that doesn't have air conditioning, because that has got to be even more difficult.
Well, it's not just 3 hours, Joe. It's going to have been an hour and 15 minutes of about 2 hours and 15 minutes of straight running around here for these drivers. That is a lot of seat time to stay 100% focused, and these drivers are doing an amazing job. Now, for those of you concerned that Christian Challenger is going to run away with this thing to legendary proportions, don't be too concerned. Remember that the largest margin of victory in NASCAR is 14 laps with Ned Jarrett over Buck Baker in the Southern 500. We're nowhere close to that.
Yeah, that's we've seen worse. By the way, I think DeMerchant is catching up to Matthew Thunhorst. We had that early stop from Seth, and with the fresher tires, he's been gaining pretty handily on the 98. We hop on board with him, just trying to see if he can get within striking range of Matthew, but he's got a long ways to get up to Tom Abramitis. In fact, he's about a half a lap behind third place currently.
Yeah, so waiting to see here how that's going to play out. The Merchant, though, remember, has stopped a little bit later than Thunhorse, so he does have some fresher rubber on that car, so not entirely surprising that he'd be able to run this gap down. The question is just how hard the Merchant here at this point decides to push on these tires to see if he's going to be able to get himself up ahead.
Down into turns 1 and 2 yet again, and he's eking closer to Matthew. I'm not sure how easy of a pass this is going to be, but I don't think the 98 is going to have a whole lot underneath him to try and fight. In fact, he might pit before Seth actually catches and tries to execute an overtake. The 54 laps in, Matthew is well toward the end of the life of those tires. And 100 laps to go probably is a pretty decent marker for him to try and give it up. He could split that up into two even 50-lap stints.
I think he might try to. He's looking pretty stable right now. He's not gonna. I think he's really running on the ragged edge of the life of those tires. I mean, he's not like looking super unstable. He's looking very stable, but he's not gonna want to mess with Seth and destroy what's left of those tires. So I think he'll let Seth go, because they're in completely different worlds as far as strategy is concerned right now.
So far, Seth just kind of coolly rocking up to the back of him. He's got it down to 0.2 of a second now, just about 3 car lengths between them.
Seth that was almost contact with the outside wall there for Seth. He clipped the apron through 1 and 2.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, on the corner exit, he drifted way out and had just inches to spare between himself and that bright yellow wall. And yeah, Matthew just told him to go on by, so you were right. He has no interest in getting caught up in this.
Yeah, I think that's a good call there for Matthew Thunhorse, just kind of recognizing where he's running in the race and letting DeMerchant just go at this point. Remember, on a little bit of different tire strategies here as they run.
So that'll give 4th place to Seth in the 157. He's the orange and blue car you see on your screen, and we've now passed the 300 lap marker. Still waiting for other drivers to pit in Lynn Kinchlow, I think, just announcing he's going to be pitting in, or is that something else he was saying? He's on lap 50, so yeah, he could be due for his next stop, but it is Ryan Steele and Matthew Thunhorst who are on the oldest tires at 58 laps, so I would expect them in sooner, but you never know.
That was an apology from Lynn Kinchlow to Brian Halleck, as the two of them got very close together on the exit of 4. Fortunately, no contact, but just a little bit of a miscommunication that led to the two of them having some issues, but still running smoothly and cleanly. Everyone out there, as we watch Eric Smith getting past Ryan Steele. Ryan doing a little bit of a crossover here, but backs out of it before they hit the entry of the corner. These two are battling for 9th position, 2 laps down.
And again, I don't know if we have any statisticians out there. Clearly, we have somebody who knows their stuff, and Dan Stevens, who gave us some info about Seth taking his victory earlier on. But if anybody knows what the fewest cautions we've seen in the pro split in any of the regions in the history of the majors, I'd love to know, because we are now 300 laps in with a single yellow out there, and that is just incredible. Matthew Thunhorst has finally pitted, so let's see if he takes 2 or 4 tires. Kurt Crumb's going to join him.
Yeah, that looks like it could be a little bit of a strategy call here from the Forge Racing team, maybe opting to all come down here to start to do the count back as they run. Looked like there that was only 2. No, that was 4 tires.
That was 4, yeah.
Thunhorst. Yeah, that was 4.
22 seconds, that's the sign that he took all 4. Kurt Crum going to lose a few spots as those who have already pitted blow by him on fresh rubber. Boy, Ryan Steele is not looking too good right now, though. 61 laps in, and he's riding up in the marbles at times. I wonder if we're going to see him visiting his crew pretty quickly.
Yeah, he needs to come in. That thing is very unstable, not able to keep it down the bottom of the track, and he's coming in this time.
Yep, he saw the writing on the wall. So the 12 is going to now pit in and have about 97 laps to try and separate. Actually, fewer than that, because he's 3 laps down. So more like 94 laps that he has to try and split up evenly to get to the finish, unless he is able to get some of those laps back. Boy, all our talk about the lucky dog and who wants to be where, and that's all been a complete moot point for the vast majority of this race.
Yeah, it really has, Joe. I mean, we've been running so clean and green for so long that any of that point just doesn't really matter here at this point. And now as we run, as you said, 3 drivers and 3 drivers only on the lead lap.
Christian Challoner, Brenton Foster, and Tom Abramitis. Seth DeMerchant's been trying to get back onto the lead lap. He's running 32 6s and 32 7s for the most part. The leaders, 32 4s still for Christian Challoner, despite his tires having twice the age of DeMerchant. That is demoralizing there for everybody else if they're watching the lap times.
Yeah, just an update on that stat you were looking for, Joe. A couple of folks in the chat reminded us the Indy 500 Euro region this year was caution free, so we could still realistically sort of tie that record, because the first caution happened within the first 100 miles. So, you know, if you want to play semantics.
Well, that's why I was specifically concerned with the World 600. I know we've had some caution-free oval races out there before, but the real question is, what about this one, which is the longest oval race that they run each year here in the majors? And there is a few races that they try to include every single season: the Indy 500, the Daytona 500, and the World 600, definitely among those. I need to check. I think Le Mans, it hasn't been everyone, because it was started after they got that track after iRacing, or after the majors started, but I do believe that is one that they try to hold every year now.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Joe. Although I don't quite have everything that you have in terms of that stat knowledge on it. But as you said, anybody that's watching at home, go ahead and check us and let us know about those.
So this has been quite spread apart, naturally, you would expect, without all but one caution, and that was very early in the race. We've already talked about how many drivers are on the lead lap with only those 3, but only 2 are 1 lap down. Only 2 are 2 laps down. We've got 4 of them 3 laps down, and another 2 4 laps down. And that only gets us through the top 13 of those still running. 19 are still out there right now, but very few drivers have much to race against directly, which is another part of that mental fatigue there, Adam.
Yeah, that's honestly the worst.
Yeah,
you're doing an oval
that's
race. I mean, I find it hard when I'm out there practicing by myself, you know, and not by myself. Like, I go into live practice sessions and run around with like other cars on the track, but we're riding on board with Justin Morton, and Christian Challenger's pitting right behind him.
Lap 58 for Christian, so this makes sense. This is about what we were expecting. But again, he's going to have a very short stint somewhere in there at the end, or 2 evenly shorter stints.
And Tom Abramitis joins him. So, interestingly, I think Christian almost is going to lap Tom in the pits. In fact, he's going to lap Tom in the pits, and then Tom's going to unlap himself on the exit.
Now, what about DeMerchant here? He gets back onto the lead lap. And Seth pitted 30 laps ago. We've talked frequently about those who are trying to work the strategy backwards. And if he does go 60 laps each,
But
yeah,
I mean, yeah, he can make that work, but then he has completely dead tires for the end. If he can make those 60 laps work each time, we've seen guys bust out after 50 laps, Joe.
True. Still, I'm trying to make sense of why he had that shorter stint. And that's the best I can figure. This puts him into second, but he is ahead of Christian Challenger now by about 1.5 seconds this time.
All right, but then this may play back into what we saw earlier out of Christian here, Joe, where Challenger was able to just charge down and close up on him. There you could actually see Challenger in the back of your screen. Remember, this was the strategy that we saw play out where Christian on that fresh rubber was just able to put down some stonking times and be able to get himself back up forward. So this is going to be interesting.
Also, Seth is on 2 tires. Christian just put on 4 fresh ones. I got to think for the next one, especially if he's trying to go to the end, Seth is probably going to try and put on 4 if he is trying to stretch this out to work backwards and has already taken his shorter stop, because we're at 87 to go here. And he could potentially make this go all the way to the end from his next one stop.
A 31.66 is only 2/100ths slower than Seth the Merchant's fastest lap time, and that's what Christian Challenger just said as he breezes by Seth the Merchant on those fresh tires.
So Seth now down into 3rd position, but we're waiting on Brenton Foster to pit in. He's on lap 51 of his stint.
Justin Morton spun coming to pit lane. This is going to put him out of position. He's lost about 10 seconds on that entry.
And that, I think, even started before he got off the apron.
No black flag for him. Kevin Hill got one as he entered pit lane.
Let's back it up just a little bit more. He gets wobbly before he even comes down in. So, yeah, so this is coming onto the backstretch. Watch all the way through 3 and 4 here, because the 9 car is basically going to have to deal with this for quite some time before it finally all goes away once he gets on the brakes past the commitment cones.
Yeah, and there you can see that wobble there, Joe. It looked like he just kind of bottomed out the car a little bit coming over the apron and then just spun it coming down into pit lane. That car was just unstable really from turning.
Interesting stuff there. And the track continues to change. I wonder if that is also a part of it that he was not anticipating. That sends him to 10th now. We're still waiting on Brent Foster. No, we're not. Brent Foster's in. 53 laps for the 23 car, which will easily hand the lead back to Christian Challenger. I think Foster's going to go a lap down, though.
But also, that's just bad news for Seth the Merchant. If no one can hit 60 laps anymore, Joe, that means his strategy goes out the window. He has to owe us an extra stop if he can't stretch those tires to 60 laps per stint. He's going to owe us an extra stop for a 10-lap stint.
So Foster, is he going to take 2 or 4? 2. Brent Foster is back out already. Abramitis also took 2. Abramitis' was lightning quick. He had a 10-second stop last time. 5 seconds quicker than Brenton Foster. That's why he is now ahead of him.
It is indeed, and so we may see a little bit. I think what that could be is really gaming out the fuel strategy here on that part, Joe, to be able to nail it down when you come in and out of pit lane with the tires.
That is the fastest 2-tire stop of the entire weekend for the Major Series. The other fastest that we saw was 11 seconds in the international region, 10.9. That's the fastest pit crew time for a 2-tire stop this weekend.
And we're down to 82 laps to go now. So 81 as Christian has just crossed the line. 4 seconds between himself and Seth DeMerchant after having retaken that lead on their differing strategies. We head over to Justin Morton. Now, after his pit stop, yeah, that does look pretty legitimate, although Dowd and Halleck and maybe Smith are going to be handing him some positions back. Going to continue to watch here as the VR driver catches up to the 07 of Kurt Crum. Now, this is for position. Kurt Crum pitted 17 laps ago, Morton 4 laps ago.
And so this is going to be relatively even then when it comes to that battle. But Morton looking down to the inside, the team combination here, the team conversation rather, between the two certainly probably going to allow JMO on by. And indeed there you see the 07 just getting up to the outside, kind of letting his teammate get on through.
No contest. Easily passed. So
good driving from both of them to remain clean and smooth. Christian Challenger out to that 5.5 second lead over Seth the Merchant, who's on 42 lap old tires. So if he pits in 10 laps, which is about the average that we have seen, that would mean he'd have 70 laps to go. That's 2 stops. He has to stretch this to 60 laps. He cannot pit any earlier than 60 laps. Otherwise, he's not going to have tires to make it to the end of the race. Seth the Merchant is on the razor's edge of tire life to make it to the end of this thing.
I'm watching Halleck in the 21, who is on 60 laps right now. We'll see if he manages to go that much farther himself. And he obviously had to give it up to one of his teammates recently, not trying to hold him up all that much. Looks like Halleck is going to continue on to lap 61. So it does look like it's possible.
Yeah, it's certainly possible to be able to make it work, Joe. The real question here is just going to be is if he's able to do it. If he's able to do it and not lose lap time. That's going to be the big back and forth here, is that we're going to have to see if he's able to do it, because I've got to think here. I mean, he's already lost 7 seconds right now to Christian Challenger as they run. It's going to be a hard order.
Well, nobody said winning this race will be easy, and Seth knows how to win this race, as we found out. So keep an eye on the 157. Still could be something up their sleeve. In fact, I know we've been talking about it a lot, and we still haven't seen it, but we still have the possibility of a yellow. So you never know. And we need to remind our audience, this is not modern NASCAR rules. We do not have a green-white checkers.
Yeah, so if the caution comes out with 3 to go, that will end the race. 4 to go, even depending on where the leader is on the track. So keep in mind, we are realistically you're racing for track position up until about that 5 to go mark, and then it's the race to the next flag. Realistically, look at this, Brenton Foster closing back up on Tom Abramitis, just going by Matthew Thunhorst, who is in 5th position but is a lap behind these two.
Wow. Such a dramatic difference all around. So strategy wound up being kind of the key here today. Because, I mean, even if we do get a yellow, that only means that a few of the top drivers are going to be in the contention for the win, potentially, if they've got the speed to hold on to Christian Challenger. Because if you could get their lap back, Thunhorst and Smith are the only two right now. Foster, Abramitis, DeMerchant, and Challenger all currently on the lead lap.
You know, if a caution were to come out at this exact moment, Foster wouldn't pit. He'd just pit. He's only on 9-lap-old tires. So there's no reason for him to come into pit road aside from just having fresh rubber. But then he's kind of throwing, well, even if the cars behind him were to unlap themselves, they'd come up behind all of the other lapped vehicles. So that still is an advantage for your teammates, you know, Christian Challenger and Tom Abramitis. So I don't know. I think they actually all would pit, because that actually makes it worse for the drivers behind.
Now, Seth just got on the radio about something. I couldn't hear if that was him signifying that he was going to pit this time.
He's losing the car. He needs to pit this time. And that's not far enough. His next stint would have to be 70 laps at this point.
Let's see if he pits in. He's got a couple cars behind him. They're staying a little bit high. And he's pitting in. Not gonna make it.
And that is really going to scupper absolutely any chance he has here of being able to take the fight to Christian Challenger as they run, Joe, as we've been talking about. Very, very upsetting there if you're a fan of Seth DeMerchant, but still a pretty good battle here for P2 with Team Mega. Hearing Brian Howlett, going to be the latest driver to come down pit lane.
That's Abramitis and Foster, you see on your screen, fighting for that second position. Abramitis in the red and white with the rainbow car belonging to Brenton Foster. As they come around, they are certainly not pitting this time. They've recently been in and out. Foster, though, much younger tires by about 7 laps over Tom. And is that going to make the difference?
You want to know who our endurance driver is right now? I'm a little surprised to say this. It's Jason Wallet in 16th position on his 70th lap on those tires.
He's done that a lot, though, this race. I have been noticing he may be a number of laps down, but he's been trying to eke them out as far as he can almost every stint. So the 114 has some experience in that. Granted, I got to think he's, if not coming in this time, and he is coming in this time. There goes Jason Wallet as we continue to watch the fight for second on your screen.
Yeah, he's going to definitely peel on in. The battle continuing to go on here. Remember, these two are teammates right now, so probably not going to see a lot of door banging as they go necessarily, not wanting to throw anything away as they run, but some clean racing certainly in order, I think.
Yeah, teammates don't want to take each other out at all, especially this late in the race, and they've got a podium pretty much wrapped up, a lap ahead of their nearest rival. Also, DeMerchant came out in 5th, within range of Thunhorst to pass him by and get back into 4th.
And more importantly, the lucky dog position if a caution were to come out. So Seth does need to make that pass work because Thunhorst is in the middle of his stint. So Seth has some work to do to get up there, and he's going to want to do it. Now, as you said, there's no reason for Abramitis or Foster to duke this out. They're secured in that, you know, in those top 3 positions for them, more or less. I mean, Seth is going to be in the middle of that again a couple of times over the course of this race. But if this does go green to the end, they're pretty secured for a Mega Racing 1, 2, 3. And that's the best score they could possibly get as a team, considering we don't have the 4th Mega Racing team member here.
Yeah, this is the optimal that they could have hoped for, no doubt. And coming off of turn 4 once again, we're still not seeing Foster make any great moves. to try and take Tom. Really is playing this one patient. But, you know, we were talking earlier about DeMerchant trying to split this up and unable to do so. I think Eric Smith and Nathan Dowd might actually be able to do so. They could maybe go 10 more laps and get to the finish from here. 5 more laps even would probably do them.
They very well might, Joe, and we're going to have to see how that strategy does play itself out. They've just got to try to nurse these tires a little bit more as they go. They very well could do it, and that could upset a little bit of the running here for Team Mega.
So Brenton Foster still chasing behind Abramitis. They are now half a track behind their teammate Christian Challoner. And so it is just amongst them to try and decide this, unless we find Seth DeMerchant really pulling the wool over everybody's eyes. And at this point, I don't think it's likely, because he's got another stop to go after just recently making one. So he's effectively doomed himself to finishing a lap down from the leaders in this race, unless we get a caution that plays in his favor. But we watch onto the back stretch. Foster sitting and waiting. Is there maybe an agreement potentially of waiting until the last laps to try and decide this between the two of them?
I don't necessarily think so, but I also think that what's Foster going to gain by going past Abramitis? He's just going to be in front of Abramitis and not being able to save fuel. So
True.
I think actually the best thing is to sit behind, save some fuel, and pass into the pits with a little bit of a shorter stop, maybe a 2-tire stop this time around for Foster again. But considering Abramitis' pit crew seems to be 5 seconds faster than yours, says Foster, that's not going to feel very good. Daniel B. Johnson is the next to fall, pit lane. He had a 52 lap stint himself.
Let's see if he takes 2 or 4 tires himself. I think that's another talking point here.
Sorry, DeMerchant is going by Funhorse to take the lucky dog spot.
Aha. So we've been waiting on that one for a little while, and now he's got it done. And I can report that Johnson did take 4 tires. And in fact, let's see, anybody on 2? Ryan Steele is on 2, but he still owes us a stop.
Eric Smith and Nathan Dowd are both on 2 as well, as Tom Abramitis and Brenton Foster. Christian Challoner took 4 last time, which is different than his teammates. Ryan Steele also took 2 and a little bit of extra fuel. And Lynn Kinchlow.
Okay, 60 laps to go, Mark, now as Christian crosses the line. So theoretically, drivers could pit from here and get to the finish if they want to. That said, most of them are out there in the middle of their stint. There's only a couple that are primed for this, including Dowd, who I mentioned earlier, and he is in. It looks like, did his friend also join him? No, Eric Smith stayed out.
DJ, this is not a strategy I would want to try and pull. Full 60 laps when people have only been managing 52?
No, not at all. At this point in the run, I would want to try to extend this middle stint as long as possible. Try to be running on as much good rubber as you can at the end of the race. And I mean, remember, just think about all the blowouts that we've seen over the course of this race. I would not want to be running in that territory with only a couple of laps to go, Adam.
Well, as a small counter to all this, Eric Smith is on lap 60 of his stint. In fact, I think Dowd was on 59, if not 60 himself. So they did make that, and Smith is in. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that they are simply trying to run this in even splits here at the end of this race.
Yeah, but man, that's a lot. That's a tall order. That's a lot of pressure you're putting onto yourself when you're feeling your worst at the end of this race. With the amount of green that we've had, there has been no break for anything. I mean, I had to take a bathroom break in the middle of this race. These guys have been going nonstop.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff. Also, DeMerchant's, I think, catching Foster and Abramitis, if I'm seeing correctly.
Strategic dehydration.
I'll remember that one. Eric Smith out with a 4-tire stop, and he's on his way. Looks like, because he and Dowd were relatively close together. Actually, he's going to be out way ahead of Dowd.
Yeah, he is, Joe, as that is going to put down a little bit down in the order there. It looks like he'll come out in 10th place. Eric Smith having a pretty large advantage, although it does look like Dowd's closing in a little bit.
Also back with Thunhorst. He's caught up with DeMerchant once again after getting overtaken. I thought that was job done, but either Seth is maybe saving his stuff or Matthew's got a little bit more in that car.
Well, Matthew's got nothing to lose. He's 42 laps into a stint. He's going to pit and be on good tires. He can use a little bit more stuff. DeMerchant, I think, is still convinced he can make it to the end. I think that's a pipe dream, but the man still believes he can do it, and so he's running 33s to try and pull that off. And if you're going to try and make it to the end on these tires, 33s are probably what you got to run. So DeMerchant's going to give it a shot, and it might give him a top 5, but Thunhorst has nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, that's a great point on that. It's going to be the difference in strategy in the end. Wayne Hutchison is now coming in as well. So he'll take his final stop and be able to go to the finish from here. Should see, let's see, Kurt Crum. Oh, and Thunhorst just took the spot. So Thunhorst just went right past DeMerchant once again.
DeMerchant let him go. He braked going into 3 and 4 early and let Thunhorst go. DeMerchant's definitely in limp home mode right now.
Yeah, conservation. But then, if Thunhorst is going to take another set of tires, he's got a boogie. And I got to think this late, it's probably going to be a two-tire stop. I can't see him trying to take 4 for a shorter stint.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Joe. I don't see the logic in trying to do that here at this point. I think coming in and getting those 2-tire stops, we've seen that be able to play some good time for the drivers and not lose a lot out on track. So I think that is the way to do it.
And based on the pit strategy that we're seeing, Thunhorst and Crum should be our first 2 in. That's not a guarantee, but they have the oldest tires right now of anybody else left out on track. So keep an eye on the 98 there on the tower. See when he starts to drop down. Meanwhile, this is stayed stuck where it is. Foster not attacking. Abramitis not defending. Behind them, there is Kurt Crum that I just mentioned moments ago, who's got no horse in this race other than just to try to see the checkered flag and is waiting patiently behind the pair.
Yeah, Crum's been putting some good times in, actually. He's caught himself up to these 2 and is just hanging with them. This is the battle for second that we're seeing on screen. And tucked in behind is our 6th place driver, Kurt Crum, 2 laps down. The battle for second is on the lead lap. So go back and watch the last 3 hours to find out how that happened.
Sure, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Exactly. Well, the wonders of the modern day. Yeah, so just interesting to keep our eyes on all those drivers who are trying to make this to the end at this point. Eric Smith, Nathan Dowd, who just recently pitted, Daniel B. Johnson, who would have to do 60 laps himself to make it. Brian Barnes coming to the pits now with Bob Beltrami on the pit box for Barnes. So got a lot of drivers who are at the point where realistically any of them could pit now and probably make it to the end. I would want to go another 10 laps to be sure. I would want to go as far as I possibly can if I want to just blitz it in the final stint. But yeah, it's a pretty safe bet that you'd make it to the end if you pitted now.
Yeah, so complexion is changing. Oh, Thunhorst just announced he's pitting in, and he's on lap 49 with 49 to go. So there we go. Still yet more drivers that are trying to split this up evenly at the end of this 600-mile event. Thunhorst should easily be able to manage the tires on that one, but he's going to try and catch up to Seth DeMerchant in case Seth does manage to eke these tires out into the end, but that's going to be a very tall order from that 157. These 2 will definitely have to take a pit stop in the meantime.
Yeah, indeed they will. And we're just going to have to see where it shuffles themselves back out here, Joe. And now that we are down into the closing stages of this race, crucially, how much they'll be able to push once they come in and out, and what that is going to look like on full push laps here now that we get into the closing stages.
Yeah, that's what really concerns me about Seth here, is if he does somehow get to the end from here, it's not going to be the greatest of paces, and his rivals are going to be able to push extremely hard. I don't know if he's thinking he maybe has a shot at the top three, because Abramitis and Foster obviously have to pit, but that also seems unlikely if he keeps running laps that aren't that quick. Kurt Crum, by the way, also pitted in.
And for the record, DeMerchant has 10 lap younger tires than Abramitis and Foster. That's how off cycle he is at this point. It's cycled all the way around to him having younger tires, but that's actually going to put him in a worse position to end this race, because he's going to have to do a 70 lap stint to make it to the end of the race, whereas Abramitis and Foster still have yet to take their final pit stop, and will do so in about 7 to 10 laps.
Well, Abramitis is on lap 44 here, so if he goes one more lap, he'll split it evenly. Foster is actually past that at this point. No, he can go farther. He can go to, I think, something like 40 laps to go, and still actually have a short stint in there, shorter stint in there. This is incredible. Brenton Foster actually doing very nicely on this to set himself up with very fresh rubber at the end if he wants it, and be able to push like the Dickens. But we have yet to see, because this is where it starts to get interesting, because we've been watching a lot of this race at the status quo, the modus operandi, guys, where they are running a similar pace. And there comes Tom Abramitis pitting in, just as I said.
Challenger's in too.
Evenly.
Challenger's into the pits, so our leader in, Abramitis is in.
Ooh. We need a replay from Jeff Schmeier. He had an incredible save, and actually Thunhorst was involved in that one. Narrow escape for the number 98, because we could have had our second yellow right there, and that would have thrown everything out the window.
Yeah, Joe, it was very, very hairy. As we jump back to check out this replay, here is that moment coming up. This is going to be coming down into pit lane where we see this. This was the most narrow of narrow avoids.
Can't believe that we have not had another caution yet. Look at this. Look at that car drift. Oh. Ford racing drivers need to thank their lucky stars.
Oh, I mean, Thunhorst was laughing about it on the radio. I think the man was just happy to have a little bit of action happen during this race. But for the record, riding on board with Seth the Merchant, Christian Challoner, and Tom Abramitis into their boxes and out. Christian Challoner an 11.4 second stop, almost the fastest you could do it. That's the best he could possibly hope for his final stop of the race, and he's in a good position. Tom Abramitis, 13.3 seconds. Christian Challoner, 16 seconds off the lead of Brenton Foster, who still has yet to pit. And Seth the Merchant, well, he's right behind Tom Abramitis, but unfortunately he's not going to have the tires to fight him. And he's still a good 22 seconds off of Christian.
Yeah, this is looking like Seth is probably going to have to settle for finishing a lap down. Christian and Foster, the only two on the lead lap, but Foster still needs to take a stop. He'll be back battling with Abramitis. We're down to 41 to go. We're on lap 42 of Brenton Foster's stints. He's going to carry on, and this would be the halfway mark for him in these final two stints. So will we see him in next time, or is he going to try and run this last one as short as he can and really push?
I mean, at this point, Joe, I've got to think you'd be leaning towards the latter there. Really try to push as much as possible on that last stint. But we'll have to see what he decides to do here coming around into 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Brenton Foster, I would want to run this all the way to the end. I'm playing the if a caution comes out, I'm the guy who's sitting in the sweet spot strategy, because then you just kind of stretch this as far as it can go, try and do the full 50, 55 laps that you can, and then you just have a ton of tire life for the end of this race. But that being said, the longer he stays out there, the more time he loses to Christian Challoner. Overall, Christian Challoner has made up 2.5 seconds since taking his pit stop.
Yeah, Challoner's coming. He's probably going to pass him by if he tries to go long, which can only be for about 10 more laps, frankly, so maybe you won't catch him in time. But Tom Abromaitis will get his lap back once Foster does pit in, and he does have to pit in. He's not able to get to the end of this race. 38 laps plus 45 is just way too many. We haven't seen anybody do more than 73 in today's race, and it doesn't look like the 23 has really been holding back so far. Daniel Johnson, though, is not fighting too terribly hard, but certainly not making life easy for that rainbow car.
Yeah, certainly is there, and it looks like Foster is going to be able to get on by there as they run. The 023 kind of letting him go as they do it. Also hearing, Adam, you've been keeping an eye on the number 12.
Yeah, Ryan Steele managing 60 laps on his tires this stint, so one of our endurance drivers who's been cruising around at 33s and 33.2s. Is trying to hang on to that tire life as long as possible. When he comes into the pits, this will drop him quite a bit, actually. This will probably put him at the back of 3 laps down. So it looks like he's coming in this time.
Yep, there he goes. So Ryan Steele finally deciding for his final pit stop. Going to give a short one at the very end. And keen to see Kevin Hill still will have to serve one. He's on lap 48 right now. Brian Halleck is going to be mighty tight for his. He'll be close to 70, actually, for his pit stops. Brenton Foster's carried on. Kind of surprised that Abromaitis has not been able to unlap himself from Brenton quite yet, because he's been getting close. But I think we're going to run out of laps before those two cross.
Yeah, I think you're right there about that assessment, Joe. As we continue on, Foster just working his way around, waiting to see Challoner about 13 seconds behind him as they run, and he continues to close that gap down.
Brenton Foster, you can see in the background, that is the red and white car of Tom Abromaitis. Now, that's a third place car. And that's not for position. That's just to get his lap back from Foster, which he does not have to do necessarily, because when Foster pits, Abromaitis will get it and is actually likely to get the position as well over Brenton. And Foster carries on yet another lap, deciding not to pit in. This is lap 50 for him now. Justin Morton's doing similarly. Justin Morton's on lap 51 for his out in the 9 car.
Yeah, and actually, Abromaitis will definitely get the lap back from Foster. But Foster was able to cruise up to the back of Abromaitis on the fresher tires last stint. The question is, will he be able to do that again? I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, because Foster's going to have much fresher tires than Abromaitis. If he can stretch this out a couple more laps, he'll have a good first stage of the tire life on Abromaitis for those first couple of laps, and he can make up that entire gap just in that amount of time. Now, interesting to note, Foster and Challoner's times have kind of evened out. Challoner's not been able to close the gap much more. He's closed it by a couple of tenths, but not quite to the increase that I think he was hoping for. So until Foster hits the cliff, I think we're going to see the times just kind of hang out right around here at about 11.2 seconds.
The dreaded cliff that we've already seen multiple times in this race. Drivers losing tires, falling out, and having to pit in just because of the fact that they don't have anything left on it and have used up everything down to the cords. Meanwhile, this is your leader, but only temporarily. Brenton Foster bringing that Buick LeSabre around turns 3 and 4 with 31 laps to go.
Oh, it just happened.
He's pitting this time.
He caught it. He caught it right at the right moment. He felt it entering 3 and 4 and just decided to duck in. That was really smart.
And Challenger, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say good heads-up play there from Foster, and that really goes to show you just how experienced these drivers are, still able to feel out those little niggles on the car even this long into a race.
Challenger retakes the lead naturally. Foster, is it 2 tires? It's should be a short one, I gotta think. Yep, 2
11
tires.
seconds flat. Ooh.
What will that mean for Abramitis, who also took 2 tires? 2 seconds quicker than Tom, but there he goes. The 20 car is by, and it looks like it is quite a few car lengths, actually.
Yeah, that's going to be a good enough gap there as they run. I think Foster's going to have some work to do here. It looks like it's going to stabilize to about 3 seconds, but again, with about 14, 15 lap fresher tires, we may be able to catch this up. This is going to be the battle to watch.
Oh, yeah. Abramitis is lapping at 32 sevens. Foster can lap if he's as quick as Christian Challenger at 31 sevens or low 31 sixes. So Foster could make this up in 3 or 4 laps time if he gets his foot down.
And he doesn't need that much, really. He's got 28 of them to try and settle this. As we ride on board with Foster coming out of turn 4, and he is wheeling that thing. That is Lynn Kinchlow just in front of him, who sees this car in a hurry and immediately pulls out of the way.
1 second down.
Wow. Yeah, this he's already got it to 1.6 between them. Gotta wonder, though, we've seen a lot of drivers managing. We don't know what it's going to look like when a driver's really boogieing here after the sun has gone down. Could Brenton maybe use it up too quick?
He very well could, Joe. I mean, we're not entirely sure. As you said, we haven't seen a driver go full bore since the sun has come down here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, so it is going to be very, very interesting to see if he does use up the tires. Now, granted, with only about 27 laps to go, I think he'll be okay as that gap comes down to 0.8 of a second now.
Yeah, he'll be okay to catch Tom, but catching Christian's another story. With 26 laps to go, and Christian Challenger 20 seconds up the road, I don't think that's possible. But Tom, mincemeat for Brenton right now. This is going to be real quick.
Yeah, Foster's already caught up to the rear bumper of the 20. 20 takes the normal racing line, cutting down low just in front of him, but off the corner, keeping low on the exit. Doesn't help Foster as much as maybe he expected. Didn't get the run. Now he's going to try and send it in. Don't hit your teammates.
Ooh, that got a little too close for comfort.
And almost caused another yellow there. That would have been the ultimate irony if it was second and third in teammates that finally brought it out after all this. And maybe Brenton getting the message to just cool out a bit, wait for a better opportunity, which he's going to try for here.
Yeah, Christian Challenger doesn't get mad very often. I think we would have seen Christian mad if that would have happened. But Foster on the quicker tires, able to hang it out on that low side. He's definitely using that rubber, but he has not gained any time on Christian Challenger over the course of those 3 laps. That's 3 laps less that he has to try and gain on Challenger. The question is, does Brenton go all out, or does he just settle for the second position? I mean, if I'm Foster, I'm going to try and get up there to Christian, but at the same time, 20 laps is kind of the max you can do at full tilt. And he's got more than that to do on his stint. He's got 30 laps to do on his stint. So he can't quite ring it out.
Well, and we often have talked about how there's those certain races that mean that little bit more to these drivers. The Indy 500, the Daytona 500, Le Mans. I'd almost say this one is probably pretty high up on the list, especially anybody who is a fan of NASCAR in this series, as that was a moment coming off of turn 2. Foster looks very loose.
Very loose indeed. Really hustling that car around here. You can definitely tell that he is trying to get the move on here, not waiting around for any time. He has got to be careful if he continues to drive that car on the ragged edge. I'd be worried about more than tires on that thing.
He was counter steering the whole way off of turn 2. That was impressive stuff. and still is about a second and a half ahead of Abromaitis. It's about 18 seconds now up to Challenger. Last lap for Challenger, a 32.7. Foster, well, he hasn't hit the same lap. I guess the previous lap, 32.6 for him. Foster, a 32.1. So yeah, he's still hunting them down, but I don't think it's enough.
You want to see a driver ring out this car? Justin Morton just completed his final pit stop. 2 right side tires, a 12-second stop. He's going to have 20 to go this time by. That's about the max he can do while going flat out. So Justin Morton, nothing to lose and rubber to burn.
This is all still assuming that we stay green to the finish, but at this stage, it feels like a pretty safe bet, but I say don't count on anything because you just can't predict what can happen in racing, especially in the majors. Going to put another lap here on the 12 of Ryan Steele, who's running in 11th. He's got no fight with Foster. He's just going to let him go on that one. That one looked a lot smoother from Brenton this time. It's 17.2 seconds. He's really eating away at that. We're down to 19 laps to go. I don't know. This is going to be a tough call on what's going to happen.
It's not enough time. I mean, Brenton, he'd have to make up, what, about 0.8 a lap? And currently he's only making up 4. So even if his tires didn't fall off any more than they already have, he wouldn't have enough time to get there.
There's 15 laps difference, though, because Christian Challenger is going to be close to 50 laps by the end of this, so his are going to be not that great by the end. I don't know. I know it probably sounds like I'm trying to insert drama, but I just said it not moments ago. You can't count on anything. So Christian Challenger does have it clearly in his favor right now, but Foster's surely not going to give up without a fight.
No, I think Brenton's going to push here as hard as he can, but I agree with Adam that it may just be a bridge too far. We are going to have to keep an eye out on him as he goes, though, trying to see what he is able to do.
By the way, Seth the Merchant back onto the lead lap, but looks like that's going to change.
Laps into his stint.
Yeah.
This car's got to feel awful, starting to look a little loose. He's hanging on to it. Still doing those 33s religiously. I mean, he is trying his darndest to make it to the end of this thing. And if he can do it, props to him, to be honest with you, because if he pulls that off, he will have a top 5.
He does have the ability to go pretty slow from here. 16 left, and he's got 28 seconds over Matthew Thunhorst. In fact, he can just about see him ahead of him.
So that's Christian Challenger in the white number 1. This is Justin Morton, who's got his 20-lap stint to pull, who's in the Forge Racing number 9 machine, who's going to go by Seth the Merchant here. And Justin has been putting in some pretty stalking laps, low 32s, and he could just keep doing that for the rest of this race. Whereas Seth the Merchant has to do 33s. So he's going to put a little fight on for Justin. Breaks a little bit early there and lets him go by, but riding on board now with Christian Challenger, who's about to lap Seth again.
So, a few things still up in the air, but one thing we do expect to be true is that Seth is probably not going to be able to finish on the lead lap unless Christian really thinks that he's got the time to sit around and wait as they fly off of turn 2. Not as good of an exit as I thought it was going to be. Just in front of them, Justin Morton going to be able to overtake on Jeff Schmeier, but that's a lapped car, just trying to stay out of the way. Wonder if Seth really is thinking ego here and just wanting to finish on the lead lap.
I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, Joe. I mean, he is a defending champion of this race, as we said, I believe, back in 2020 here, and he may want to put up a little bit of a fight as they go. That looks like a good run, though, for Challenger. He's going to duck his nose down to the inside.
Yep, that puts paid to that, and this time, Seth didn't fight it. He goes a lap down, and let's see if he can just stretch this to the last bit of this race. As I said, he's got a lot of room behind, so he could take it pretty darn easy. And their limits in this race, by the way, didn't know if this was going to be relevant. I thought in a completely different circumstance. Their limit in this race is 40-second laps. So if they go slower than that, they'll be asked to park it. And I'm pretty sure even if he's running 38s, that we'll still see Seth finish ahead of Matthew.
He needs to. The car's starting to step out on him. And the more it steps out, the more you wear that right rear. And the more you wear that right rear, the worse the car gets and the more likely it is for a blowout. He's at 59 laps. We saw Justin Morton do a 62 lap stint. We saw another driver do a 67 lap stint. Nobody's quite made it to 70 in the dark. He's got a long way to go. He's got to wind it back.
So that earlier...
Funhorse is doing 33.4s behind him. That's the pace he has to run.
Ooh. Interesting stuff. Double checking here on our caution and trying to get some info. So we had roughly about 4 to 5 minutes under yellow in this race. We are going to be probably about 10 minutes shy of a 4-hour race. So these drivers were running somewhere in the realm of 3 hours and 45 minutes to 3 hours and 40 minutes of nonstop racing.
DJ, I think the tire's going on Seth.
Yeah, that car looking like it wants to step out more and more. You can see the way it's just kind of squirrely coming through the corner. I don't like the look of this by any stretch of the imagination, Adam.
I went and looked. He's lifting extremely early into the corners. He's trying to coast this through.
33.5s, 33.8 the last time around. The tires are going. There's not much he could do about it, but he's got to try and stay out there. He's made his bed at this point. But if he wrecks this thing out in the next 4 laps, we have a shot at finishing under green if we get a yellow from that. This is. I mean, I know the battle for the lead for Brenton Foster, 14.5 seconds, but oh my goodness, the action's right here, to be honest.
I think, unfortunately, Foster is going to have to give it up because the last couple laps, he was actually a 10th slower than Christian Challoner. Watching to see what it's like this time by. And he was, once again, a 10th slower than Christian Challoner. So Foster maybe ran out of stuff there. He pushed as hard as he could, and it just was not enough in the end. We're down to 7 laps to go. And we're going to see only 3 cars left on the lead lap as it currently appears.
Yes, indeed, Joe, as it looks like Christian Challoner here is absolutely running away with it, as he is wont to do. Foster just not able to catch up behind despite his best efforts, but still, let's not take away from the fact that this is going to be yet another, provisionally, yet another Mega Racing Team 1, 2, 3.
And for Christian Challoner, this would be win 34, I believe, as well, which will put him more than twice. Well, he is already more than twice than the nearest rival. Blake Reynolds has only 16. And we haven't seen all that much of Blake in the majors as we used to. This is the lapped car of Matthew Thunhorst, already 1 lap down, about to go 2 laps down. In fact, I think he just gave him the wave by. There he goes.
Just an update on Seth Merchant. 64.2 2 laps ago, a 64.1 a lap ago. A 34.2, 34.1, and now 34.6. He's literally just trying to survive at this point. There's not much more he can do. And we're all hoping he survives at this point because we're 4 to go. If we get a yellow, that ends the race.
Absolutely. That will save his bacon, no doubt. I'd be a little disappointed that we'd go this far and suddenly get it and end under yellow. but Christian Challenger just took 3 to go. The Merchant only has 1 less lap than Christian to try and complete this race. Obviously won't be the full 600 miles.
Bad news for fans of Daniel B. Johnson. He has to come to pit road for extra fuel. Did not fuel enough to make it to the end.
Bit disappointing, as I think he was in 12th position. So he's going to lose at least 2 spots after having to refill. 2 laps to go now for Christian Challenger. And it's still 18 seconds from Seth to Matthew in 4th and 5th.
Seth's got unbelievably, with 3 laps to go, Seth has a meatball flag.
How did
He's blown the right rear tire. He's still trying to get it home.
He's very slow. He's very slow, though. I think they'll probably allow it just a couple laps past the 40-second mark.
They're not going to ask him to park.
Wait a minute, though. His last 2 laps have not counted. He's on his 3rd lap. He might be DQ'd 1 before he sees the checkered flag. We are on the white flag lap. He could maybe slow up and let him by. This is going to be tight. Christian Challenger is right now coming around the final corner. 600 miles. He's led most of it. And Christian Challenger has gone from pole to victory in the World 600.
Absolutely dominant drive from the number 1, absolutely deserving of that number 1 on the side of his car. Brenton Foster, his mega teammate, going to be coming across the line here shortly and is going to be crossing about now, I believe.
And Seth was saved by Christian Challenger taking the checkered flag. He'll get there before Matthew Thunhorst is able to overtake and be on the same lap. So it looks like he will be counted for the finish. I'm not seeing him sent down. We'll double check on that after, as he actually just spun, but there's our winner in the number 1 machine. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with the unofficial results and driver interview, so stick around.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. After a single caution in 600 miles, Christian Challenger out-strategized and outpaced everybody else to take the victory. Brenton Foster gave it a go at the end, but was about 17 seconds shy. Pushed a little too hard in that final short stint and ran out of juice. Tom Abramitis was the last one to finish on the lead lap, making it a 1-2-3 for Mega Racing Team. Seth DeMerchant, who at one point looked like maybe he was going to challenge for the victory, was the first one lap down in fourth. Finished on, from what we could tell, was a blown tire. Matthew Thunhorst was behind him in fifth, and Eric Smith was in sixth, and it was Justin Morton in seventh. 3 laps down for Kurt Crum in eighth. Nathan Dowd was ninth, and Ryan Steele rounds out your top 10, DJ.
In 11th, it was Brian Halleck, followed by Kevin Hill with Wayne Hutchinson and Daniel Johnson in 14th. Jeff Schmeier was able to come home in 15th, followed by Jason Wallet and Lynn Kinchlow in 17th. Brian Barnes was 18th, followed by Brian McGreevy, and then the first of our DNFs on the day, Justin Kirby in 20th.
And then we had Brent Kirby, another DNF in 21st. Aaron Roofs, unfortunately, another DNF in 22nd. Matt Danson, who had to leave the race to go help with the birth of their child in 23rd. And then Rob Powers in 24th, who only did 2 laps.
Yeah, I hope we get an update from Matt on how things went. So definitely reach out to us. We hope everything went okay. In the meantime, I don't know how, but Christian Challenger seems to have the energy to come and be ready to come and talk to us because with a single caution, I know I would be just utterly exhausted. So let's have a chat with the Mega Racing Team driver, Christian. A single yellow. We were a bit surprised by that with these old 87 Cup cars out there. Did you expect it to be that clean?
Oh, no, absolutely not, especially after Euro this afternoon. That's not me throwing Euro under the bus or anything. It's just I knew the car was really, really difficult to drive after 40-odd laps or so. And there was obviously a bunch of guys out there who were having those same kind of problems. I know Seth, first run, had that. It looked like Thunhorst had the same thing a little bit as well. So, yeah, I was surprised that we only had the one yellow, but it was really impressive by everyone in the field that we were able to do so many laps on the green, and it was such a cool race because of that.
Now, obviously, that meant that you had to kind of try and adapt to what was a very, very green race. Did you have anything in place to plan the strategy? Because if so, it worked out beautifully, and you were the one that outpaced everybody on the tires.
Well, so this was the thing. We knew pre-race that especially the first couple of runs were going to be really, really difficult. And actually that first run sort of showed us that we were perhaps stronger than we were expecting because, I led a little bit, but I was quite content when Seth wanted to lead to sit behind himself and Matthew. And for a while I was where I sort of expected. I thought those guys would be strong. They looked like they were a little bit quicker than I was, and I was like, okay, well, it's going to be tough against them. But then towards the end of that, I mean, Seth was really the first to go, and he totally ran out of right rear after about 50 laps, and then Matt wasn't too far behind him. So that was the point where all three of us were like, were you guys like really pushing there? And we're all like, well, yeah, but not, wasn't 100%. And then the second run was a little bit the same. Tom felt like he had a really good pace, so he wanted to lead. I was quite happy to sit, and we stacked the field up a little bit, and we were kind of running at a slower pace than we thought we were. It just turned out we could push the car way harder than we thought, and the whole tire wear that we were so concerned about pre-race, it was really a non-issue for us. There was one run where I ran it. It was at the end when I decided I was going to split it into about 350 lap strats, and I just ran it totally flat out. And I ran out of tire about 5 laps earlier than I thought I would, but I'd also gone 15 laps longer than I was expecting to. So, once we figured that we had really good long run pace, we were just trying to run the tank out until we got to a point where, towards the end, it sort of was like, okay, well, maybe we don't need to try and do like a splash and dash kind of thing. And all three of us did different things, and we told each other what we were going to do, but it wasn't any, nobody was trying to convince the other person like, oh, well, like, I'm going to do this, you should do this kind of thing. All three of us came up with different strategies, but it all worked out pretty good. We're all really happy with it because we didn't really expect it at all.
Well, with nearly 4 hours of racing and only about 5 minutes under yellow, surely you've got to be at least physically and mentally pretty beat by that. What's your state right now?
Well, my hands are pretty bad, but my hands are pretty bad because I didn't wear gloves with my wheel, so all the dye has come out of my wheel and into my hands. So I'm gonna have to try and clean that off in a minute. But that it sounds funny, but it kind of nearly did cause me a problem at one point because with about 100 laps to go, I was in the middle of 3 and 4, and my hand just like completely slipped, and the wheel cut to the right, and I was like shouting over TeamSpeak, and the other guys were like, "What's happened? What's happened?" And I was like, "Oh, my hand just slipped off the wheel." So it did get a bit weird because it was just such a long run, and I mean, we all kind of had drinks and everything with us, but to be honest, I didn't really get to drink much of it. I kept forgetting. I was working the pit stop so much every time I was coming in that by the time I realized, oh yeah, I should take a drink, it was, I needed to go. So yeah, I mean, physically, it's not so bad in the moment. My hands hurt quite a bit, but it's mentally it's pretty draining. I mean, you can probably tell talking to me right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I can tell, but congratulations on the win, Christian. That is a fantastic add to your tally of victories here in the majors. Thank you.
Can I give a quick shout out to all the other guys on Mega? We obviously didn't have our kind of cohort of pro drivers. Nick Ottinger, Brian Lockwood were both unavailable this weekend, and we were kind of like, well, let's try and get a good points result, and maybe we don't need the pro guys because we had the best result that we've had all season here. Nobody crashed, and we finished 1 through 3. So I think it's a real confidence boost there for both Brent and Tom, especially Brent. Brent did a really, really wicked job this race. His management was really, really impressive, and both myself and Tom said that to him. And, the raw pace was there. We did something like, 300 laps or so under green. He was only 17 seconds behind at the end. And to be honest, most of that, I think, was that my outright strategy was just a little bit quicker than his. I didn't really have that much pace on him. And, to beat guys like Seth DeMerchant, Matt Thunhorst, Eric Smith, it's really difficult to do. So, especially, big shout out to Brent. I think that was another really, really, really good race for him.
That was Christian Challoner, your winner here today at Charlotte. Up next, DJ's caught up with Brenton Foster, who finished second.
I have indeed. And Brenton, the first thing I want to ask you here is kind of the same thing that we posed to Christian. How are you feeling, man? That was a doozy of a race there. Almost no cautions at all, having to run nearly 4 hours under green.
Oh yeah, that was a brutal race. I think a bit more sore than Christian is. My shoulders are sore, elbows are sore, knees are sore. But oh man, what a race. That was really enjoyable.
Well, and then let's turn to the race itself. I want to ask you a little bit about that last pit stop sequence. You came out there, looked like you had the charge on to try to go after Christian. Were you backing off to preserve the tires, or did the tires just fall off a cliff there?
No, I wasn't backing off. I just knew the gap was too big at the end of the race there. I wasn't going to be able to close it. But I was pretty much pushing, but I wasn't risking the car, if that makes sense. I was pushing to get up to Tom, pushing to get around Tom, and then a bit to get away from him. But then after that, I guess... I wasn't saving the tires, but I just, took the edge off a bit.
Well, I mean, still taking the edge off and coming home second place has got to feel good. Looking ahead in the schedule, the next time out, we go to Austria in what will hopefully be a little bit of a shorter race for you guys. How do you think your chances are there?
Well, I'm generally more comfortable on road courses than on ovals, but the W12 is not really a car that I've spent a whole lot of time driving, so it's definitely going to take me a bit of time to get up to speed in that. And that car's level of performance is just incredible, so it'll take a bit of time just to get my head around what it's capable of. But I'm really looking forward to it. It's the great thing about the Majors series, always different cars, always different tracks, and every race is a learning experience and a ton of fun.
Well, I know we're very much looking forward to covering it there, Brenton. As for today, though, is there anybody you'd like to thank for this second place and for a team 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I mean, I got to thank the guys on my team. Every race, particularly oval races, they always are a huge help to me. Driver coaching, setup work, strategy stuff. They all have a whole lot more experience doing this than I do. So a huge thank you to all of my teammates. And then, of course, to the Major Series itself. I have really enjoyed this season of racing and looking forward to more.
Well, we are most certainly looking forward to it as well. Brenton, congratulations again on a great run today.
Thanks.
All right, that was Brenton Foster, your second place finisher, Joe.
And it looks like, unfortunately, Tom Abramitis is a little bit too worn out, and we completely understand. We're just as tired up here in the booth calling that one. So we're going to wrap this up with a big thank you to the Majors for bringing us back for another season of coverage. Don't forget to check out the charity, which is still Sarge's Place. And we've got a link in the description below if you want to see how you can help them out. Also, a big thank you to the team today, DJ, Adam, and Ryan and Dougie. Make sure and check out our social media, website, and merchandise store. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a moment here on GSRC. The next race, well, it's going to be the Grand Prix of Austria. For the first time, we'll get to use the new Mercedes W12 here on iRacing. That'll be Sunday, July 17th at 8 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to check out our other broadcasts listed here. But until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.